I don't know. It's been happening like that around these parts since probably August. I don't know, Restream. Every time I hit go live, I got to hit it literally 20 times. I got to click the button like 20 times before the damn show. Here we go. Now we got problems. Been sleeping with a vaporizer like a baby. I sleep with a vaporizer in my room because up here in the frozen north, the Great Lakes region of America where I am, I don't know if you know this or not, but it gets Yeah, I know. You can't hear me right now. It all just went to shit. Did you see it? Did you see it happen? My hands were here. I didn't do anything. I know the camera's wrong and the mics are wrong. I got to fix that now. So chat room, let me know if the mics got fixed, okay? I'm going to need you to help me out here. Don't know why that happens. That happens every day in this studio. Every single day. There has been some kind of flare-up right at the beginning. I do apologize. All right, here we go. Back on. Hiya. There you go. All right, we're back on. All right, April or whomever is in the chat room that I trust with these kinds of things, how is the audio? Is the audio back to normal? Is it through the microphone or are we hearing it through the fucking computer? Hello, Adam. Adam says, hola. Bear down. Packers not winning the division, just won me 100, but I'm assuming through don't drop 2 and the pack win 2. Okay, whatever. Hey, I am glad. Mike is fixed. Thank you, April. I am glad that you won some money, Adam. Yeah, I got to tell you, folks, what a weekend, huh? We got a lot to talk about today. We'll get into a whole bunch of stuff. We're going to go over the Epstein list. So that'll take like 30 seconds. We're going to go over, we're going to talk about this pirate situation that already, all of a sudden we, the United States of America, are engaged in. Apparently we're pirates now. What else do we have? We'll watch some video. I got some crazy video that I saw on Friday of a shoplifting bust at like a Target store that went haywire. We'll watch that. We'll break it down. A video breakdown, if you will, on today's show. What else do we have? You know, I didn't even tell you what today's show is. Hi, folks. I'm Pugs Moran. These are the Kelly Moore Memorial Studios North. We do this show every day at about noon. It's talk radio for normal people. I am a talk radio host. Used to be on the radio, but now, because I refuse to pledge fealty to one political party or another, I have to do this. Kremlin ain't paying me anything. Although, God, geez, I wish the Kremlin would pay me. Kremlin, pay me. Come on. I'll toe the line. Let's see. So we do the show every day, Monday through Friday. It's been going on now for 4 years, since 2021. Over 4 years we've been doing this show. The chat room is here. Let's say hi to Mikey. Let's say hi to Barney. Let's say hi to April, Adam. Who else? We got Taronda. I saw Taronda in here first. Jen. That's right. Also, it needs to be said before we get a little bit too further into this whole thing that we're doing today. We every day, we shake our tin can and we say, we need tips. We really need tips this time. I know it's crazy too, because it's Christmas time and that all seems bad, but we recently just made the move from one studio to another. So if you want to tip the show and help us out and kind of ensure that we can continue to do this into the new year, 2026, just about a week away, a little over a week away. No, a little over a week away. We will keep doing the show in one way or another. But if you want to help out the show, that would be great. And every day, the person who tips the show with the biggest chunk of change gets the title of executive producer. Today's show is brought to us by Tracy D. I miss Tracy. Tracy and I became friends. Tracy, drop in a little something. Thank you, Tracy. Merry Christmas to you, Tracy. You have no idea what that meant. Seriously, I mean, people just think, no. I mean, I hold my breath when I hit that thing to see if anybody's supporting this show. And when I hit that this morning and I saw that you had made a nice little tip, thank you so much. What a beautiful gesture. Merry Christmas to you and yours and your lovely family. Thank you so much. Byron's here. What's happening, Byron? Maddie's here. The goat is here. All right. So also, as far as me shaking my fucking coin like some goddamn preacher in a tent in a field somewhere, you don't have to give money. It's not just about money, guys. We're a team here. Everybody's got a job. Some of us are not in a position to be able to financially keep the lights on, right? I get that. But you are in a position to help in other ways, especially if you check us out every day, Monday through Friday. You can like the show. You can follow the show. You can forward the show. You can share the announcements of the show. I'm not asking you because, again, sometimes I get a little provocative and a lot of times I say things that maybe you don't completely agree with, but that's okay because we're all friends. I don't expect you to share everything that I say. Sometimes I might say something, you'd be like, yeah, I don't agree with that. But so you don't want that on your timeline. I get it. But I share plenty of innocuous shit. It's just innocuous shit, observations, whatever. If you could help me out, because that's what I'm asking. I'm not telling you, I'm asking you. Help the show out by building our algorithm up on whether it's Facebook or whether it's Instagram or whether it's Blue Sky or whether it's Twitter, wherever it is that you see the show. Please smash that like button, as the kids like to say. It helps. I know it seems like something that's like, wait, what? Now I gotta move my eyes and find the right thing to click. It's not that fucking hard, people. It is the least that I can ask of you if you hang out with us every day. And some of you have for four or 5 years now. So please help out if you can. And I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Darren says he will. Darren's falling in line. Hi, Darren. Long time no see, pal. Yes, Adam Reyna in the chat room right now talking about how he won $100. Well, you can just send that to the show, Adam. That's a great tip. That would be a Christmas maker, if you know what I mean. That means me and my boy. Oh man, I'm so excited about Christmas. I love my boy. I got a 16-year-old son, and he's coming to town. Oh, we'll talk about that. We had some big changes in how he's coming to town over the weekend. It's gonna be fun. We're gonna be fun. I'm gonna tell you about what we're gonna do, and I'll tell you about what we're gonna do in a minute. Adam says, "Hola, bear down. Packers not winning the division just won me $100. Hey! 20%? 20%. You can throw 20% the show's way. I've been telling you about the Bears. I got to think that, maybe my constant bragging about how this shitty fucking team is suddenly not a shitty fucking team anymore. Oh, God, you guys. Because what a weekend. I'm sorry about the Cowboys. I'm sorry about the Cowboys. I'm sorry about the Cowboys insofar as it affects my son negatively. My son, of course, 16 years old, living there in Plano, Texas high school football player, offensive lineman. He eats, sleeps, and breathes football. The boy has two teams. The boy has the Chicago Bears, and the boy has, just by default, the Dallas Cowboys because he lives there. And I don't mean that as a negative, like he's a Cowboy fan by default. I'm a Bears fan by default, okay? I had no choice in it. I was raised in it, and all of a sudden it stuck. And now here I am, 50-something years later, and I'm like, I'm a Bears fan. Now, I chose to root for the Cowboys, just like he kind of chose to root for the Bears because that's not what's always around him. He has to sit there in his room in Plano, Texas, and he's got to watch CHGO Chicago on YouTube, and he's got to watch all the Bears. I mean, you can. It's much easier today to follow teams. Like when I was a kid in the 80s, I was a fan of the Los Angeles Rams. I loved Jack Youngblood. I liked Jeweler Thomas. I liked Wendell Tyler. I liked Pat Hayden, Vince Ferragamo. I liked these guys. Impossible to follow the Los Angeles Rams from Chicago in 1982. I promise you. Absolutely impossible. They were good back then, so they were on Monday Night Football, and that was about all the opportunity I got to follow the team that I chose to root for, the Los Angeles Rams. But my son is definitely a Bear fan. I guess he didn't really have a choice because, the earliest pictures of him, like his infant swaddling suit was a Chicago Bears uniform. So, you look at his baby pictures and it's all Bears shit. So, and we were lucky. There was no fighting about the football team because the mom is from St. Louis And mom doesn't really have any allegiance to a football team. So she was okay with the kid being forced to be a Bear fan. But baseball became a bit of a problem. Her being from St. Louis, she's a diehard Cardinals fan. I also like the Cardinals, but, we're a White Sox male family. So, I made him a White Sox fan, which also incredible news for the White Sox. And I'll get to that in a minute. But Adam, I'm glad that you were able to win a little bit of cash there. Good for you. Football is fun. Gambling is fun. How did you win money, though? You live in Texas. You're not legally allowed to bet. I don't understand how that works. There are no rules anymore. Everything's a fucking construct. Adam, who lives in Texas, is winning $100 gambling in a state where it's illegal to gamble. Meanwhile, weed is illegal in Texas as well, but you can walk into any vape shop and buy some of the finest fucking buds with a 33% THCA count, and it will knock you on your ass. But it's illegal in Texas. But you can do it. You can get a receipt for it and everything. You just get in the car and you drive away. But I thought it was illegal. It is. But what did I do? Did I just do something illegal? No. But I thought this was illegal. It is. Nothing makes fucking sense. Adam's out here gambling in Texas. You're not supposed to be able to gamble in Texas. I don't understand how that works. I don't get it. I don't understand it. Because I got a bunch of gambling apps on my phone from when I lived in Chicago, and none of them worked in Texas. None of them. Sorry. Oh, there we go. That explains it. Okay. Thank you, Adam. Yeah, you had to go out of state. There you go. I get it. It's with my Bear fan buddy, so it's not on any apps. Yeah, because Texas freedom. Because you Texans are the freest people, because that's what Texas is about. It's about freedom. Freedom. We like our freedom, Texans. We're free. You guys ain't fucking free at all. My God. The shit they tell you can't do. And you just go, okay. The boss man says we can't do it. Yeah, you're big on freedom. You're also big in falling in line, doing whatever boss man says or church lady says. Oh, boy, now you're getting me going. Fucking Texas is such a baller state, and I swear to God, you are letting a bunch of ghouls destroy it. It's okay. Times are changing. Let's see here. Adam Moran, Adam's gambling this week. Let's find out. He says, we bet division winners each year, and we both picked the Packers to win. But the difference is he used 7 confidence points, with the Bears, and I picked 5. So I won 2 points. I don't know what that means. Gambling. I have no idea what that means. My 16-year-old son, who exists in a state that has made gambling illegal because they don't want the teenagers to be exposed to it because it's a bad habit for your adult life. My son knows everything about gambling because even though he can't gamble in this state, somehow it is the pervasive nature of we could win has just taken over teenagers in America. It doesn't matter if your state doesn't allow gambling. They all want to gamble. They can't wait to gamble on sports. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. I don't know. A couple of bucks here. It makes it more fun. Certainly makes it easier to watch a Tampa Bay Buccaneers Carolina Panthers game. That's for sure. So I was telling you about my son. My son's coming. My son is coming. Did you know that I have not seen my son? I have not hugged my kid since just before Halloween. I mean, I talk to his ass every day, so that. But still, it's like, oh my God, to see him face to face. Oh, he got his new varsity jacket. Oh, he's gonna get up. He's gonna show up in his new varsity jacket. He's like, look at me. Like, that's a pretty cool jacket. He also did something else that I like. Apparently, with varsity jackets, you're allowed to pick the patches. Like, he's got the sports patches that he's always already a part of. Like, he's got the football and the offensive line. He's got track, all that stuff. Shot put. He's not fast. Well, he's pretty fast. He's actually, I shouldn't say that. He's pretty fast for an offensive lineman, but he throws shot. He doesn't run track. So anyway, the plan was, because as I mentioned, my ex, his mama, she is from St. Louis. So they are coming to St. Louis for Christmas this year, which is great because I don't know if you ever looked at a map, but St. Louis is right at the bottom of Illinois. And I'm right at the top of Illinois. So all we've got to do is traverse a single state and we can be reunited for a week over Christmas, which is the plan. Now, I was going to, get in my car and I was going to drive 5 hours to St. Louis because that's what the drive is to St. Louis. I was going to drive 5 hours to St. Louis, pick him up, hugs all around, Merry Christmas to everybody, the former in-law. I got a pretty good relationship with everybody. Everybody likes me. I'm not a terrible person. See, most people are like, hey, come on in, So I got a good relationship with them. So I was kind of looking forward to that, going down there, seeing everybody. But no. So the ex-wife calls me on Saturday and she says, we're going to be down here in St. Louis. Instead of you driving 5 hours, why don't we just put the kid on a train and he'll take the train up to Joliet. You pick him in Joliet. I'm like, Joliet is way better than St. Louis. Joliet, trust me when I tell you, I live about 5 miles from Joliet, or at least where we'll be staying at my mom's place. We live about 5 miles from Joliet. That's easy. I'll pick him up at the Joliet train station. So we're going to do that. But I had to have a conversation with my kid. He's 16 years old. He's going to get on a train for 4 hours or 3 hours. He's going to be all by himself. Look, he's 6'1", 250 pounds. He squats like 400 pounds. Seriously, he's ridiculous with squat. I mean, he's not a target. You know what I mean? He's not, although he will be probably wearing a Texas high school football jacket, so he will look like a rube. You know what I mean? They're like some big city type people might be like, hey, look at this kid. Look at this corn-fed rube. So I told him, I said, just get on the plane, dude, or get on the train. I have no interest. Zero interest whatsoever in being a part of a future Dateline Mysteries episode where my 16-year-old son vanished from a train. So get on the fucking train. Don't get off until Joliet, okay? And he's like, Dad, I'm not a moron. And I'm like, that's true, you're not. But you're always going to be 4 years old to me. And to me, we're putting a 4-year-old on a train, not a 6'1" power lifter, right? So it's... Anyway. I don't have any worries about him being abducted. Seriously, I haven't had any worries about my kid being abducted since he was 12. I'm like, you could probably, because he's been training jujitsu since he's 8. So he's got that too. I'm like, you're 12 years old. You're kind of bigger than most 12-year-old. I bet you could submit the average guy who tries to abduct you. I'm not worried about it. But still, parents, it's like, oh God, he's a kid. He's a dumb kid too. He's a dumb kid. Don't get off the train and try and hit a vape pen or something, dude. Don't do that. Don't get off the train and try and get something to eat. Stay on the fucking train. That's the rule. Stay on the train. So we're doing that. And we're very excited. And we've got a whole week of activities. It's going to be... It's going to be pricey. But... here's what we got. Are you ready for this? So the Christmas week activities between Christmas and New Year for me and my son. We're going to the Bulls game. We're going to the Bulls game on Saturday. It's coming Saturday. The Bulls started out really well. They have since gone into the toilet completely, but that's okay. They've got a good young core, and my son is a big Modest Buzelis fan. So we've got great seats in the first bowl, the 100 section. We are about 5 rows off the floor. Thank you to the combination of Mitch Rosen and Robbie Bowen there. Actually, I think this is just Robbie. Yeah, this was Robbie. This is Robbie at CBS Sports here in Chicago. Thank you for that. So we got really good tickets for the Bulls game. He'll be very excited about that. So Saturday night, we're going to the Bulls game. Here's why I chose this particular Bulls game. I grew up when the Bulls really sucked. I grew up a Milwaukee Bucks fan. I kind of became a Bucks fan. Because before Jordan, there wasn't really a whole lot to be excited about with the Chicago Bulls. And I was a big Sidney Moncrief fan. I don't know if you remember Sidney Moncrief, but he was like my guy. I had a Milwaukee Bucks Sidney Moncrief poster up in my room. So it's a game against the Bucks, and I used to go to Bulls games against the Bucks, and we used to go up to Milwaukee and watch Bucks games. So anyway, I like the Bucks. I've always liked the Bucks, and the Bucks are playing Saturday, so Mace is going to get to see Modest Buzelis, who is one of the finest young players in the NBA. Seriously, remember that name, Modest Buzelis. Kid's a phenom. He's like 19 years old, 7-foot white kid from the western suburbs of Chicago by way of Ukraine. Dad's like the greatest Ukrainian basketball player in history. This kid is good. Modest Buzelis. Anyway, we're going to watch Modest Buzelis and Giannis Antetokounmpo. Want to make sure you get that name right. Although, is Antetokounmpo hurt? He's probably hurt. Or going to be traded by then, but we'll see. So that's the first big event we're going to do. We're going to do that. We're going to go to, here's what we're going to do. We're going to go to the Bulls game, and then we're going to go to the Wiener Circle. And I'm going to let my kid yell at some black ladies for a while, because that's what happens at the Wiener Circle. You walk in and it's a bunch of black ladies and they start yelling at you. Hey, stupid, get in line. Look at this white cracker. And here's the fun thing. You're allowed to say shit like, shut your black ass up, bitch. You're allowed to do it. And as a matter of fact, it's encouraged at the Wiener Circle. So we're going to go to the Bulls game. We're going to get some banger hot dogs at the Wiener Circle. We're going to yell at some black ladies. We're going to vent a little. Seriously, the Wiener Circle is wild. So we'll do that on Saturday night after the Bulls game. So that'll be fun. But here's the new one. Here's the new event. And I am so excited about this. So my son who gets really good grades, we got a deal. We got a deal. Here's the deal. He goes to college and he graduates college. And after 4 years, then he can decide. Does he want to keep going? Like, are we talking about a master's program? Whatever. Because my kid's smart and, he might want to do that. He's like, are we going to keep going there? Or something else you want to do after college to kind of, because, I honestly believe that people shouldn't get married and have kids until 35, and they shouldn't really decide what they want to do with their lives until at least 25, 26, 27, 28. We start training kids for careers at like 17 and they're like, well, I thought I wanted to be a lawyer, but I fucking hate that. You know what I mean? We force them in. So the plan is, you get your college degree. You do that. You matriculate through the academic systems that we've put in place here in this country, and you check all the boxes. And when you're done with that at 22 years old, all right, now we take a break. What do you want to do? Let's find out who you are. And one of the things that my son wants to do, at least right now, is that he wants to, after college, attend the Harold Ramis School of Comedy. It's the only film school in America that focuses on comedy filmmaking, and it's at the Second City in Chicago, the Second City Theater. It's a huge complex. It's a big, giant comedy complex. It's not just like a comedy club. Like if you're thinking, oh, it's like the Improv. No, Second City is like blocks of buildings and classrooms and studios and like all this kind of stuff. Anyway. So that's what he wants to do. He wants to go to Harold Ramis, but he's never been to the Second City. So I'm taking him to the Second City. I don't know how I'm going to do it, but I'm going to take him to the Second City. We're going to see a show. I'm angling for New Year's Day. I'm going to take him to see This Too Shall Slap. This Too Shall Slap is the 113th main stage production of the Second City here in Chicago. And let me tell you, they're calling it the best show in 20 years. They're calling it the best Second City cast in 5 years. These people, apparently, This Show Shall Slap, which is a Second City production. It's supposed to be the best show in years. And it'll be my first time taking my kid there. I mean, I like to try and see the shows when I'm in town, but it's going to be my first time taking my kid there. It's going to be a Saturday night. Oh, man. And here's the thing. It's just going to be a life experience for him. And he is either going to see how this is done at the highest level, although technically Second City isn't the highest level because, being Chris Farley is the highest level. Whatever happens after Second City is the highest level. But if he wants to see it, I'm hoping that I can sit there with my kid, and watch his eye. I want to see, is this going to connect with him? Is this something that he really wants to do? So we're very excited about that. Then we're going to go out and watch the Bears game on Sunday night. It'll be fun. We'll have a good time. All right, so I'm very excited. This is a great week. It is Christmas week. Barney's in the chat room. Let's say hi to Barney. Barney says, if you don't know what you want to do, get a bachelor's degree in business administration. Yeah, I mean, Barney's not wrong. I mean, if and nobody knows what they want to do. Everybody thinks they know what they want to do, right? There are so many things that, in my 30s that I realized were jobs that I realized were things that I could have been focused on. I mean, I really do. I think that life, we are living longer now. We're not dying at 70 anymore, right? Generation X, my generation, and we're expected to all cross 100. That nobody ever used to cross 100. Millennials will definitely cross 100. A lot of boomers are crossing 100 now. A lot of the greatest generation because of the changes in medical and diet and physical fitness and all that. The greatest. Dick Van Dyke is like 114. Mel Brooks is like 137. I mean, we are living longer. So this idea that, at 17, you've got to decide how you want to spend the next 40 years of your life, I think that's an antiquated idea. I really do. I think that kids should go through high school and they should go through college. And then I think that they should spend a couple of years in their 20s just kind of, all right, what are my choices here? Here's what I have. What can I do? Because it's not too late. You see like 28-year-olds, at our age, we gather here every day. I think we're all relatively around the same age group. You see 30-year-olds who are like, I can't believe it's over for me. And I'm like, holy shit, if it's over for you, then it is fucking cooked for me. It ain't over for you at 30. You can decide. But then there used to be rules. I think they changed it recently. Like when I was a kid, it was like, well, if you're not a doctor by 30, they won't let you be a doctor. I think that's changed now. I think you're allowed to do you guys remember that? Like you couldn't just be 40 and go, I want to be a doctor. You should be able to, because at 40, you could live to 110 and you could be a really good doctor for 40 years in the middle there somewhere. But no. All right. Maddie has some information. She says, I changed majors 3 times in college and attended 2 different universities. In hindsight, I wish I had not declined or declared my major right out of high school. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure at the time that you did it, you probably thought, look at me ahead of the curve, knowing what I want to do. And then you turn 21 and you're like, I don't want to do this. This isn't what I thought it was going to be. All right, so let's get going here. Let's talk about some stuff. Let's see. What do we want to do? First and foremost. All right, let's get into this. Here's the top story, I suppose, from the weekend. The blowback, and we'll call it blowback, the blowback from the Epstein file release. Remember, whole bunch of people ran for political office about a year ago telling us that the current administration was corrupt and shady. And one of their biggest drivers, because it's about pedophile and that resonates with people, pedophiles. One of the biggest drivers of all these people who were swept into office was that they were going to get to the bottom of the Epstein files because Sleepy Joe and the corrupt Democrats, they were protecting all their friends. So we voted for them. So we're like, yeah, you know what? This fucking orange orangutan, he's a piece of shit. But at least this we need to know. We need to know who these people are just so that we can keep an eye on them and marginalize them appropriately. All right, so they get elected, and then right from the very beginning, it was like, yeah, the Epstein files are coming. It's going to be like the first thing we do after we let Elon completely fuck up the bureaucracy for, the first 6 weeks. Yeah, remember that? They were like, let's just fucking tear everything down. And they did. And I don't know. I didn't feel any effects of that. I don't know. There's people who lost. I don't know what that was, but it was the thing that they were focused on in the first fucking part of this new administration. Then they said, oh, hey, but don't worry. After we fix all this, then we're going to give you all the Epstein dirt that you want. And to prove it to you, here's what we did. We invited the absolute worst motherfucking trolls on social media to the White House. We invited them all because they're our friends. Yeah, the fucking worst people in America are our friends. They wore suits. They wore sundresses. They all showed up to the White House, and we gave them fancy leather binders. Why? Because we knew that they would fucking lie for us. They went and got a bunch of influencers who you people follow, Cat Turd and the like. They went and got a bunch of influencers and said, hey, this is all a fucking card game, but we need you to walk out into the White House driveway, hold up these leather binders with nothing in it, and convince all your fucking unbelievably stupid followers that you've got the Epstein information, and don't worry, because it's in good hands and it's about to come out. Well, that was a fucking lie. That was all a lie, you guys. You know that. And you remember it. They're all holding up the leather binders. Hey, would you open it up? And nobody would open. There was nothing in there. It was all a show because they think you're fucking stupid. They have no respect for you. We can trick these people. They're dumb. They show up to these rallies and listen to a big fat old orange man scream about shit for an hour. These people are fucking idiots. You see the clothing they wear? They wear a fucking uniform like it's communist China. That's what they think of you. And I'm tired of you people just going, that ain't what they think of me. That's what they think of you. And anybody who goes, we're not stupid like that, you're a fucking criminal. Anybody who does that is the enemy. That's what's happening in this country. And you people are allowing it. So the big dupe with the Epstein began basically in March of last year, when it started to look like, oh, wait a second, they said they were going to do this, but now they aren't really going to do it. So it went on and on and on and on and on and on and on for 6 months. Congress held hearings, special, groups, and then we started to have a problem. Problem started to rise up around June. In June is when heretofore stalwart, fall in line, whatever the orange fucking orangutan says we echo. June is when that started to crack. Your Marjorie Taylor Greenes, right? Your Tom Massey's. Although Massey was never a really big Trump supporter, he's still a fucking piece of shit Republican conservative garbage man. But still, in this instance, Massey was sort of the guy who was taking all of the fray. Massey became enemy number one in the Republican Party. Then Marjorie Taylor Greene popped up. She became enemy number one in the Republican Party. Why? Because these were the fucking stupid dupes who actually believed that when these people got elected, they were going to release the information about the billionaire pedophiles. And then, of course, they got to the point where they wanted to release it, and the White House said, no. And also, we, the White House, it's not up to us. It's not our thing. I mean, I'll sign an executive order. Here I go, release everything. But it's the Department of Justice. It's Pam Bondi, and it's Dan Bongino, and it's Kash Patel. They're the awful ones. That's what their loyalty, these fucking monstrous people, these unprincipled, immoral, social and political climbers, that's what their loyalty to the orange orangutan got them. Scapegoating. But no, it's them. We need to fuck. Bongino's already out. Bongino's like, holy fuck, I didn't think I was going to be scapegoated like this. He's gone. Kash Patel is soon to be gone. Pam Bondi is soon to be gone. They're all going to be scapegoated. And they're all going to lose their job for history's sake as people who refuse to out pedophiles. That's what loyalty to Trump gets you. So then we had the summer, and there was all of the issues about let's have a vote. We seem to have maybe enough to get this vote so that we'll have to release the list. But then there wasn't enough vote. It was short by one. The administration, they had held it off. They had held their wall, their insulated firewall between all of them being outed, all of their buddies and all of their donors being outed as being in the same fucking universe as Jeffrey Epstein. One vote short. Whoo! Sigh of relief from the pedophile billionaire class. They're like one vote short. Then they had a special election. Whoa, things looked like they were bad because now they weren't one vote short. Arizona turned in a fucking Democrat there in Congress who was going to take their seat, and they were going to sign that list, and then suddenly you were going to have to release it. Well, they didn't. They didn't release it. Why? Because at this point, the Department of Justice said, yes, we should release these. Yes, you are absolutely right. It's on my desk. It is on my desk. One thing, timeout, gang. Before we release it, we think that we need to do some investigating, and we need to speak with Ghislaine Maxwell before we release this. We need to do our investigation. And every normal person in America is like, an investigation now? You've already convicted her. Your investigation theoretically was done when you brought the case against Ghislaine Maxwell. Now suddenly you want to talk to her again? So we know about what happened there. Todd Blanche goes. He has a nice little afternoon lunch with Ghislaine Maxwell at the maximum security pedo prison where she is for the rest of her life, where she's fucking supposed to be. Todd Blanche is like, so did Trump do anything wrong? And she's like, what's in it for me? And he's like, well, you tell me if he did anything wrong and I'll tell you what's in it for you. And she's like, he did nothing wrong. And he said, will you sign this? And he said, I sure will. And she signed it. And Todd Blanche walked out of there. Ghislaine says that there is absolutely nothing incriminating about the president. And we're all like, that wasn't the fucking question, dude. That's the whole investigation. You had to go and double check to make sure that she wasn't going to say some shit about the president. That's the investigation. So we're all like, well, that ain't good enough. That ain't good enough. That Ghislaine Maxwell, what was she convicted for? Oh, being a pedophile. So now we're going to take her word for it. All right? Pedophiles, they have credibility in this administration. Is that what you're telling me? Look, she said he didn't do anything. And look, I don't think he did anything. I don't think he fucked kids. I mean, I'm not putting it past any of these fucking monsters, but I do know that he was friends with them. And I do know that there must be some fucking tie between Trump and Epstein that would make people go, oh, fuck, this is worse than we thought. And that's what they're covering up. Now, is that tie? Donald Trump was getting massages from naked 12-year-olds. I don't think so. I don't think so. But again, with this particular individual, I don't rule anything out. But I don't think so. I think that whatever could be released will be really embarrassing to Trump. What is that? I don't know. You and I probably think in a different way. What embarrasses Trump is anything that makes him look like a nerd, anything that makes him look less than the most powerful, coolest guy in the room at every time. So I'm wondering what's in there. Like, what is, I bet you that's what this is all about. This is all about Trump covering up something that he is embarrassed by. Not illegal, not necessarily the thing that we're all being led to believe now, because this is who this guy is. He's such a narcissist that he would create a much bigger problem trying to stop people from finding out the most innocent and stupid thing about him. I bet that's it. And I don't know what's going on. But Ghislaine Maxwell has been moved from that maximum security prison into a fucking Club Fed where she plays tennis twice a week. All because she apparently, oh, and they're not related. Nah, that's not related. Nah, she was probably going to get moved anyway. Really? Really? Do you move many global sex traffickers from maximum security life in prison to a Club Fed? Is that a normal procedure, you fucking duplicitous lying scumbags? Arrest them all. All right, so then the Ghislaine Maxwell thing. But now, remember, let's go back to Congress. Now we got that extra signer, right? We got that chick from Arizona who's now going to sign and make it all a law. And so we go through that. We're like, fine, this is what we got to do. We got to make a law. So we made a law. And we're all like, here we go. Here we go. They made a law. This is a nation founded on laws. You can't break the law in this country. Turns out it's all a fucking construct. Because laws don't mean anything if you aren't willing to enforce them. So they passed the law that said that all the information had to be made public. And there was a date. And that date was Friday. Everything had to be released by last Friday. Last Friday was when they decided to start releasing stuff. And they didn't release it all because, as they said, they blew past the deadline by law. The law stated deadline. They blew past that and then went, okay, here you go. Here's a little bit. It's going to take us a couple weeks to release everything. And nobody put anybody in handcuffs. That they broke the law. As soon as they said, yeah, it's going to take a couple of weeks. So you're going to be a couple of weeks late on the deadline that was mandated by a vote of Congress and then signed into law. So you're just breaking the law. It's going to be a couple of weeks. Why didn't you start 2 weeks ago? You knew the deadline was Friday. Why didn't you start 2 weeks ago? So, I mean, look, they're fucking with us, man. They are fucking with us. And then they release stuff. And it's 90+% of it is blacked out, redacted. Protecting people. Protecting who? Don't fucking protect a guy who sits on the board of General Motors or whatever. What are you doing? We want to know who these people are. These people have had a ride of a lifetime. And if it ends now in disgrace because of this, you think I got a fucking problem with some 85-year-old billionaire being disgraced on his deathbed? Let's do it. Let's find out who these people are. And then let's burn all the rich. I would be perfectly happy living in a country that doesn't have any fucking billionaires. Oh, well, then they'll all move somewhere else. That's fine. They need our market. They need our market. Well, they're just so in China and India. Yeah, good luck. Let them do that, and then let them never be able to come to America without worrying about being arrested at the airport. Let's let the billionaires live that life. I'm perfectly fine with that. Blow up all the corporate farms, too. That's my latest thing. Now that I'm back in the Midwest, blow up all the corporate farms. Return farms to farmers is what I say. All right. Anyway, let's go through some of this. Let's go through some of this Epstein shit. Okay. Here's an example. We'll show you this. There you go. Basically an example of what the Epstein files looked like. Yeah, here they are. Look at this. This is not a joke. It's actually a video of the Epstein files. Not a joke. Not a joke. That's what was released. That's what was released. Let's see here. More. Oh, wait, we got some pictures. Hold on. Let's see. Who do we got? Any picture? Who do we got here? Look at Epstein and some dude in a bad fitting suit. I think these rich guys would be able to. Some dude walking. This is probably the Epstein. See, not enough is mentioned about the New Mexico ranch. The New Mexico ranch is where like a lot of bad shit happened, but we're all focused on the airplane in fucking Little St. John, which is Lolita Island. But most of the bad shit happened here. This is in the New Mexico desert where Epstein had this big giant New Mexico ranch. There's some pictures. Oh, now we're back to the redactions. More pictures. Airplanes. Pictures of airplanes. I'm surprised they didn't redact the airplane. That airplane has privacy, This is it. Look at this is the files. This is what they fucking gave us. All right. What, they thought that was going to placate us? They'll be fine. Let's just give them that shit. Here's we got this though. we did. There was some beef. There was some meat in this sandwich. They gave us this shit. Look at this. We got to look through this on Saturday. Here we go. Oh yeah. Look at that. It's Bill Clinton. First of all, is this Virginia Joffrey or does Epstein really have a type? Because this could be Virginia Joffrey. This is look at him. Look at him. He's like, oh, I fuck children. I fuck kids. By the way, I'm now here in Chicago, and one of my best friends is one of the biggest players in the Chicago Democratic machine. He's very big, very involved, and so we talk politics a lot. And we were talking about this yesterday because he sent me a picture, not this picture. I think one of the other pictures we're going to see here. He sent me a picture of Clinton. And then he said something vulgar. It's none of your business because this person is a normal person, but also has a position in civilized society. So you don't need to know. He's a good dude. And he said something vulgar. And he then clipped a story. No, it wasn't a story. It was from Twitter. It was some like right-wing MAGA site that he sent to me. And the guy was like, oh, Democrats don't want to talk about Bill Clinton. They don't want to talk about Bill Clinton's involvement. And my friend, again, who's a Democrat, he was like, oh, we'll talk about Bill Clinton. Let's go. Let's go. The misnomer that people in America, or at least the Democrats, that were so divided that there are like every Democratic voter is like, no, not Bill Clinton. Oh, fuck you. Bill Clinton is irrelevant in the modern Democratic Party. Nobody cares about him. If he's a fucking pedo, let's ring his ass up. Let's go. Let's go. Let's connect the dots. And you know what, Mr. President? And I'm not talking about you, Bill. I'm talking about Donnie. You know what, Mr. President? Here's the thing. This is all very tantalizing. Pictures of Bill Clinton, who we've always known as a sex perv. We don't know to what degree, but we know he likes to get, likes to get action. Always has. We're more interested in you, Mr. President. What this is, yeah, I know. Look over here. Okay, we looked, we glanced, but now we're back looking at you. We're like, why is there no pictures of you, but there are pictures of Clinton? And he's like, Bill Clinton, the Democrats. Bill Clinton doesn't represent the Democrats anymore. Bill Clinton hasn't represented the Democrats since Barack Obama showed up on the scene. Show me some pictures of Barack Obama getting a massage, and then maybe I'll be upset. But I'll tell you what, show me a picture of Barack Obama fucking a fucking child, and I'm not going to be like, but he's my guy. No, it's not how it works. We're allowed to be disappointed by people. You, MAGA faithful, you're allowed to be disappointed by Donald Trump. You don't have to fucking double down on everything. You just look silly. At this point, it's embarrassing. Bill Clinton is a scumbag. He's always been a scumbag. You think these pictures make it? Come on. All right, let's keep going. I mean, this is a much younger woman. He's on a plane. This is inappropriate. This is absolutely fucking inappropriate. I'm sorry. If you are a former president of the United States, you do not allow rando chicks in fucking tank tops on private jets to climb on your lap and do a picture like this. That is not how you take a picture with a former fucking president. Bill Clinton did this to himself because he's been a fool his entire post-presidential career. Let's keep looking. Oh, geez. Nah, Mick Jagger's catching strays. Well, you know, Mick Jagger's. Come on. Oh, you think Mick Jagger has never had sex with an underage girl? Really? Even like back to like 1966, 1977, come on. Mick Jagger was probably having sex with underage girls, or at the very minimum, not checking IDs well into the 1980s. Rock stars were allowed to do these kinds of things. 16-year-old runaway who turned into a fucking groupie for a band. Let's turn it into a #1 movie at the box office. Almost Famous. Ain't nobody watching Cameron Crowe's Almost Famous and going, these underage girls are having sex with a bunch of rock stars. I'm appalled. No, we enjoyed the movie because it's a great story and people lead complicated lives, and we are normal enough to be able to look at other people's lives and go, well, that life path wasn't for me, but that was theirs. And isn't that an interesting movie? Without going, oh my God, they were pedophiles. No. But technically, yes. I mean, technically, yes. So, yeah, I mean, look, Mick Jagger engaged in fucking sketchy sex shit? Yeah, probably in the last 70 years, he's done some sketchy sex shit. Bill Clinton, we know. All right, let's see here. Oh, look at them. They're having fun. They're wearing silly shirts. Hey, Bill, let's go out tonight and have sex with 12-year-olds, but let's wear the silly shirts. Let's do it in silly shirts to keep it light. We're not monsters. What else we got? Who's this guy? Is that anybody? Fucks up with these stupid shirts. I don't know who that is. All right, here's a dinner. All right, quite frankly, let me just say, Epstein is there with a former president and Mick Jagger of the Rolling Stones, okay? Epstein's friend circle ran fucking deep and high. This is about the elitiest of the elitist gathering that you can have. But Barack Obama and Tom Hanks walk in and, you've got the whole fucking world covered. Look at that. Ghislaine, it looks like Ghislaine is like jerking Mick under the table, huh? Or maybe Mick is jerking Bill under the table. I can't really tell. All we know is this lady ain't, because she's got both of her hands right there. What's this guy doing? This guy's reaching under. He's scratching his ankle. Did you ever do that at dinner? You're like, I have my shoe. Because you wear like dress socks. And you're like, it kind of itches me a little. That's what that guy's doing. Jeez. Oh, wait a second. Well, the weirdo parade is now, oh boy, look at this. Bill Clinton and Michael Jackson banging out Diana Ross. Look at that. What is blacked out here? What the fuck is black? Who's this? Oh, that's a person. Are these people? Are these faces? All right, whatever. I don't know. So they're on a bus. People sleep on a bus. They're fully clothed. Seriously, though, if we're going to start roping in weirdos, Michael Jackson, come on. Who's that? Bill Clinton with another woman. What? He's making a fist. Who is this? Is this like some MMA ring girl? Is that what's going on? Is this Brittany Palmer? Is Bill Clinton posing with Brittany Palmer on a private jet? What is this? Your condom, Mr. President. I don't know what's going on there. These are stupid pictures. These are dumb. Fucking Spacey. They selectively went and got pictures. They looked through thousands of pictures and they looked for anything incriminating. We've seen Mick Jagger, Bill Clinton, Michael Jackson, and now Kevin Spacey. You know who we ain't seen? We ain't seen a goddamn picture of Trump. Not from the official Epstein. I imagine there's got to be some. We've seen shit tons of pictures of Trump and Epstein. Why are we only seeing Bill Clinton, Kevin Spacey, Michael Jackson? I'll tell you why. Because, see, we're smart people. We realize that seems sketchy. But they know that their base is not smart people. Their base is dumb people who are thinking, we saw all the pictures. It was all Bill Clinton and Michael Jackson. Trump wasn't there at all. That was all. We're good. It's good enough for me. Recency bias confirmed. Yeah, what was this? Yeah, Ghislaine. What's going on here? Say, this looks like they're working. It looks like they're working on something. This is what, Kevin Spacey, Bill Clinton giving Kevin Spacey. Bad picture. This is probably Bill. All right, now what is this? Bill Clinton's in a hot tub. There's a chick in a hot tub. He's relaxing. You know, he's getting sex. He either had sex just before this or sex after it, probably with the girl in the hot tub with him. Look at this. This is how rich people live, man. There is nothing, there's nothing criminal about this picture, but like I pointed out with the girl on his lap, just another example of Bill Clinton allowing himself to be photographed in inappropriate positions for a former president. He's just fucking, he doesn't care. And that's why he's no longer relevant to anybody in the Democratic Party. Naked? Nah, Ghislaine, she's wearing a suit. All right, she's got a suit on there. You see that? I don't know who that is. All right, let's go. We got more pictures here. Is it over? Is that it? All right, there you go. Looks like that's it. That's those are the Clinton pictures. So we went and showed those. You realize, and I may have gotten to this point over the weekend, their game has been to not give up. Every single time they are told to give up the goods, they come up with a way to make it so they don't have to give up the goods. They are banking on us going, fuck, whatever. Whatever, man. All right, fucking moving on. I can't take this anymore. And I got there this weekend. This weekend, I'm like, holy fuck. This is not going to happen. We're not going to find out anything. And for those of you who say, because there is a lot, especially MAGA is now being encouraged to adopt the stance of, well, there's really nothing to see. I mean, all you were going to get were just pictures and names of people who were associated with them. But this idea, I don't know where it came from, this idea that there was a list of names of people who had sex with children and that we were going to get them. I mean, that seems to be what everybody thinks, and I have no idea where that came from. That came from you. That came from you and all the people like you. You are the liars on social. You are the trolls. You are the influencers who fucking created this thing. And you know what? I happen to believe that there is no fucking list. There is no smoking gun. What there is a whole bunch of fucking, what do they call it? What do they call it? Evidence that isn't necessarily incriminating, but it is embarrassing. There's a whole lot of that. There's a whole lot of embarrassment to be had in this great treasure trove of information from the Epstein estate. Embarrassing shit for a lot of people, and that's why we're being denied this. We think there's some payoff. There is no payoff. I am telling you, this is something embarrassing, like a picture of Donald Trump's tiny dick or something. It is something embarrassing. And Trump doesn't want it out there. Kind of like the fucking Kremlin piss tape that they got with Trump and prostitutes, which is the reason that the fucking Putin government has been able to run roughshod over this guy for the last, 2 terms? That I believe. That's not even a conspiracy theory. The Russian government, when dignitaries and important people travel to Moscow over the years, it is well documented that the Russian government bugs, records, follows everything. And if you think Donald Trump in the 1990s wasn't going to Moscow to fuck beauty pageant contestants, you're out of your mind. Look at who he's married to. So yeah, the Russians have something horrifying on Donald Trump, and it's sexually, because for a guy like Donald Trump, that's the only thing that is truly embarrassing. If there's some kind of sexual thing against him, like he's a sexual, not banging fucking Stormy Daniels. He was proud of that. He was okay with that getting out there. But if it was banging a tranny, he'd be like, oh, fuck, no, that one we can't get out there. Look, it's all right if dudes think I'm fucking knocking it out with porn stars at golf outings. I mean, my wife's going to be pissed. But as a guy, it's kind of like, yeah, look at that, fuck that. That's kind of like, what I'm going. No, anything embarrassing. So there's got to be something embarrassing in here that he is keeping us from knowing about. That's all. That's all we're going to get. It's absolutely nonsense. Jump into the chat room, see what people have to say. I saw that Barney was Barney has a question. Why are grown-ass women getting their faces blacked out? I'll tell you, because they're probably married to billionaires now. They were probably Epstein party whores who are now married to the chairman of the board of Delta Airlines or some bullshit. Seriously. Let's see. All right, Maddie says she disagrees. She thinks there's something there, but it doesn't have to do with sex. It has to do with money laundering and the Russian mob. Okay. All right. I think that stuff exists anyway. I mean, I think we know that stuff exists, but I think the reason Trump doesn't want this out is because there's something humiliating. There's something that will fucking hurt his ego. He will be embarrassed. He's not shamed by anything, but he does get embarrassed, and he lashes out when he gets embarrassed, and he gets really mean, and that's when the worst stuff comes out. So that's what it is. He's embarrassed. There's something in there about his little mushroom dick. There's something in there that he does not want released, and they know it's in there. The Bondi found it months ago. That's what this whole thing is about. Maddie says there's some oligarchs behind all this. You mean the Trump administration and the MAGA movement? Yeah, completely agree. Completely agree. It all has to do with something that fucking Putin's government has on Donald Trump, the businessman. It's the only thing that will explain. Dude, go all the way back to his first term when he met with Putin. And he said on the world stage that he believes Putin over his own fucking intelligence. I don't know. Sir, Western intelligence says blah, blah, blah. And then Trump's response was, yeah, but he says different. And, I kind of believe him. He fucking said that. This is years ago. Fucking Putin's got our boy by the balls, and you people seem to be okay with it. Or maybe you're not okay with it, you just don't realize it. But some of you motherfuckers are out there running around at Trump rallies with fucking shirts that say, I'd rather be a communist than a Democrat. You people are the problem. Trump Putin. Have you seen those shirts? At MAGA rallies? Trump Putin? Are you fucking kidding me? Do you know who Vladimir Putin is? No, you don't. People don't. People don't know who he is. He just seems like a nice guy. He just seems like he likes my president. My president likes him, so he must be nice. It's fucking crazy, man. Crazy what's going on here. And it's Christmas time, and we are We are in a place as people of this country, we are in a place as citizens of this country that we have never been in before. And I know that we all like to feel special in our little moments of relevance, right? We're all adults now. This is our adult time. And we look around and we go, everything's going to fucking shit in a bag. And then I remind you that, just about every group of adults that have existed at any time, I don't care if it's the 1870s, the 1950s, or the 1980s, any group of adult looked around and went, we're all going to shit in a bag. It has never been good. It has never been a situation where people are like, these are the good old days. That's bullshit. If you keep trying to get back to the good old days, I suggest you talk to somebody who lived through it. The 70s, the good old days. What are you talking about? Gas lines? What are you talking about? Cold War? What are you talking about? Everybody walking around with the anxiety that a nuke was going to fall from what the fuck are you talking about? The good old days of the 1970s. The good old days of the 1950s. What are you fucking talking about? You mean for white people? Because the 1950s wasn't fucking great for black people. The 1960s, until the Civil Rights Act was signed, was not fucking great for black people. Do you realize that black people in this country could not get a mortgage loan to buy a home until the late 1960s? White people don't know that. White people look around at black people and they're like, well, how come they're all so poor and they live in shitty neighborhoods? Because they have never been allowed to build familial wealth, because they've never been allowed to get a mortgage to buy a home in this country until President Johnson made it a rule. Shit's always been fucked up in this country. But because of who we are as the American people, we're able to make it through. And you know what? In retrospect, we look back at these times and we think those were the good old days. They actually weren't when we were in them, but they are now. Why? Because shit just seems to get worse. So no matter how bad it was 30 years ago, and you might remember it being bad 30 years ago, you take a deep breath and look around today, December the 22nd, 2025, this is as bad as it's ever been. This is as bad as it's ever been. As a country, as a people. I grew up in a country where it was just taken for granted that we were the best, most powerful, most morally sound nation in the world, and you should follow our lead. That was how we went through we led by example. We shouldn't be the world's police. We fucking signed up for that role in Korea to be the world's police. Don't now say we shouldn't be, because that has been our role forever. Now, if you want to talk about changing that, okay, but that's an oil tanker and a jet ski conversation. We can't just fucking turn on a dime and no longer be the world's police. Why were we the world's police? Because we believed that the American worldview, the American idea of freedom and democracy was important. And we needed that concept to spread to all corners of the world. And because we were so powerful, and because we had Oppenheimer who built the bomb, we decided to push that on everybody. That's how we became the world's police. Do we no longer believe that? Do we want to be an isolationist nation? Fine. But again, as a country, we can't turn like a jet ski. We've got to turn like an oil tanker. That means over the course of a couple administrations before we can finally get to a place where we are truly an isolated nation. Which, by the way, is kind of what Trump tried to do with the tariffs, and we saw how well that went over. We are not a fucking jet ski. We are an oil tanker, and that's why this fucking president keeps tripping over his little mushroom-sized dick, which is pretty amazing when you consider he has a mushroom-sized dick. So we're not getting anything. We're not getting it. Hi, Bill. Billy Falk is hanging out with us now. Peter Lufkin's hanging out with us now. Come one, come all. Tell your friends, like, follow, subscribe, all of that stuff. Talk radio for normal people every fucking day. That's going to do it for the Epstein list. I don't care. I don't. Honestly, at this point, I'm like, you won. You won. Mr. President, you won. I've lost interest. I don't give a fuck. I'll tell you what has happened, though. I just now am absolutely convinced that you are guilty of something, and I may not know, but that's okay, because I have convinced myself, and your behavior has sort of codified that. You, sir, will die in prison. Seriously, remember I'm the guy saying this. Remember that I am the guy saying this, that Donald Trump will die in prison. He's going to die in prison. He's going to be impeached. He's going to get fucking dog walked in this next midterm. The Dems are going to control the Congress. The Dems are going to control the Senate. And guess what? This motherfucker's going to be impeached for the third time. He's going to be sent packing. And then unless he can get on a plane, maybe the one that the Qatari government gave him as a gift to the United States, but he gets to keep it. Yeah, he gets to keep it. It's his forever. But it's a gift for the United States. No, it's not. That's a fucking gift. That's a bribe from a garbage country to a garbage president of the United States. So he'll be impeached. He'll do his Nixon walk in the helicopter, Marine One, flying him to his private plane there on the tarmac. And then that motherfucker's going to fly to the Middle East. He will die in exile. There you go. That's probably how it's going to go. He's going to die in exile. That's why they gave him that jet, so that he could fly out of this country to his new Qatari palace, Trump International Qatari Golf Club, wherever the fuck it is. And he'll be outside the reach of jurisdiction. He'll be outside. He won't be able to be charged with anything. All those, you think those 37 charges in New York went away? No, they went away at the federal level. They're sitting on those charges. Trump steps fucking foot into New York City as a citizen again. He will be put in fucking handcuffs. His city, he can't go there. I mean, he can now because he's president. And right now it's like, well, the rules don't apply because constructs. As soon as we impeach his ass, as soon as we kick his ass out of that fucking place, he will either be arrested or he will go into exile in a foreign country that doesn't have extradition. That's how this is going to go down. Mark my words. I think I was very fair. I think I was very fair for a long period of time. You can go back to March. You can go back to, the spring of last year. And what was I saying? Saying we just got to give him time. We got to give him time. We got to see what this is. Let's not all freak out about all this Doge and what's not. Let's give him time. Let's give him time. We gave him time. We gave him time. And all he did with that time is just show us what an absolute garbage human being he is. All right. Remember, this coming from a non-Democrat. This guy, I ain't a fucking liberal Democrat. I'm a regular, everyday, working class, blue collar, south side of Chicago. By the way, Ed would like us to. Ed from Edzilla, he would like me to say. Beautiful downtown Burbank, Illinois, which is technically where we do this show from. But I like to say the south side of Chicago because that's where Burbank is. I mean, my God, I can walk to Midway Airport. I mean, okay, technically, I guess I'm in Burbank. Maddie says, if he doesn't walk us headfirst into a war with Russia and China first, Russian nuclear subs lining up off the coast of Venezuela is pretty concerning. Okay, this brings us to our next story. We're going to talk about how we, the citizens of the United States, are now a pirate nation. That's right, we're a pirate fucking nation. So Maddie says here she's worried about Russia and China. I'm not at all. I'm not worried about Russia and China. President's in the pocket of both these guys. Right, that's not going to be a problem. We're looking at all these problems in Hong Kong and all of that. Like, well, if there was a war between U.S. forces and Chinese forces, blah, blah, blah. That's not a real thing. That's not a real thing. That's happening at the surface. But no, that's not a real thing. We're not going to go to war with China or Russia. This guy, Trump, is a bully. He doesn't pick fights with people who can bloody his nose. He picks fights with people that he can walk all over, like fucking Venezuela. It's close. It's right down there. They got oil. Let's just fucking beat up the nerd, Venezuela. Let's take his fucking lunch money, his fucking oil. That's what's happening. He's a tough guy when it comes to places like that. He would never. Look at how he's behaved in Ukraine. Ukraine. This is another thing that was so upsetting. Ukraine is trying to be like us. Ukraine is trying to be free. They're Nazis and they're corrupt. So are fucking we. So are we. Shut your mouth. They are trying to be a representative democracy that puts freedom and liberty above all else. And that's a pretty difficult fucking thing to do when you've been in Eastern Europe for the last 70 years. That's what they want. They want to be normal. They want to be like Germany. They want to be like Italy and France. They want to be a normal fucking European country. And Russia is like, no, you're ours because, hi, I'm Putin. And my whole goal, everybody knows this. I say it in every fucking speech. I mean, not in America because we don't get these speeches. He says it in every fucking speech. He wants to rebuild the Soviet Union. And Ukraine cannot, as one of the largest points, there are parts there of that southern tip there by the Crimea. He can't allow Ukraine to suddenly start thinking like Americans or start thinking like Westerners. So that's what this war is about. And from the very beginning, because President Trump slurps President Putin's cock, from the very beginning, you MAGA people have been turning on the folks of fucking Ukraine. You are monsters. These people have been invaded by a much more powerful former father country, and they're fighting for their dear lives, and you shits sit on Twitter making fun of them. You are bastards. There is not, every single fucking American should be on the side of the Ukrainians. But a lot of you are like, no, it's Russia, it's Putin, because of your fealty for this president and what he has sort of dictated. Putin put a plan together. Remember that? The world's going to be over. This is about a month ago. The world's going to be over this Friday because Putin put a plan together and Trump is supporting it. The Kremlin created a peace plan. And President Trump endorsed it and then tried to strong-arm Zelensky into getting in with it. This fucking plan that the Russians put out would have given them all of the land, the Donbas, the fucking Crimea, everything that they just took over the course of the last 10 years. And by the way, this war has been going on for more than just 3 or 4 years. It's been going on since they invaded Crimea and just took it. And nobody did nothing because everybody's afraid to do anything to Putin because he's a crazy man and he can do anything. So we just let him have it. And then a couple of years later, remember, they invaded. Here come the Russian tanks. We were live on the air. Pugs and Parker. James Parker famously said, this will be over in 2 weeks. And I said, no, it won't. No, it will not. These people are fighting for their freedom. This is not going to be over in 2 weeks. There will be an insurgent war. This is fucking Vietnam. This would be like if Russia tried to fucking invade Dallas or Russia tried to invade fucking Chicago or Boston or New York. You don't think that we would be shooting from fucking apartment buildings at Russian soldiers on our street corners? Of course we would. War wouldn't be over in 2 weeks. People who want freedom, people who want liberty, people who feel like their lives are limited because of decisions made by authoritarian governments, those people are willing to die for the promise of freedom and liberty. And that's what the Ukrainian people are doing. And I don't know, I don't want to say this, but I assume that people like Jeff, Byron, and Barney are all like, yeah, fuck Ukraine. They got Nazis. Well, so does fucking Russia. Don't fucking shut up. You've been poisoned. You've been poisoned because you like the orange orangutan. And you're turning against people who we should have their back. We should fucking have their back. Now, the other war that Trump pretends that he fucking solved, which is the, issue there in Gaza, all Trump did was get Netanyahu to stop his fucking genocide, which cannot be underestimated. That is a real solid victory for the Trump administration. It really is. It cannot be swept aside. The pause in the genocidal behavior of Netanyahu and the Israeli military against the people of Gaza, not the terrorists, but there's terrorists in there. Yeah, and there's a whole bunch of fucking moms and babies and grandmas and grandpas and brothers and teenagers and all that too. But terrorists! Okay, so just kill everybody to get to the one terrorist. Well, that's how it goes. You're an immoral piece of shit. You are an immoral, broken, garbage person, if that's what you think. And that's what was going on there. And Trump and the Trump administration, they paused it. They need credit for that. It's probably the best thing that they have done. But he's running around talking like it's over. It's not over. There is not peace between Gaza. All that's happened is you told Netanyahu to stop, okay? There's going to be a terror attack in Israel in a couple weeks, and then it'll start right back up again because that's the cycle. But we need a distraction. Trump wants Americans to feel good about it. We're tough. We're mean. So we're fucking with Venezuela. Apparently, we are stalking oil ships. Now, we've taken 3, right? 3, isn't that the number? Didn't we take a third one last night? Venezuela is the largest exporter of oil on the planet. They have, actually, I don't know that they're the largest exporter. I know that they have the largest oil reserves on the planet. Venezuela. Not Saudi Arabia, not somewhere in the desert out there. No, Venezuela. That's why we're fucking with them. We want their oil. We just want to steal their shit. Well, look, their ruler, Maduro, is a piece of garbage. This has been the problem with South Africa, or not South Africa, South America and Africa. Like these continents could be baller continents if they could get their shit together, but instead they're just riddled with tribal war chiefs and goddamn authoritarian dictators. So Maduro is no good guy, and the people of Venezuela, who should be living high off the hog like citizens of Riyadh, they're not, because they're getting robbed. So I guess this is justification for the Trump administration to go, well, let's steal it from Maduro. But you're not. You're stealing. You just fuck. Look, if you stole all the oil from Maduro and then repurposed it and got the money to the people of Venezuela, now you're doing something, Trump. But at this stage, you're just a fucking pirate. You're just committing war crimes on the open seas. We haven't declared war against them. There's been no documented aggressive acts from Venezuela towards us. Fentanyl. They don't fucking make fentanyl in Venezuela. Fentanyl. That was the original reason. We're going after them because of fentanyl. They don't produce fentanyl there. They produce opioids and puppies and heroin and stuff, but not fentanyl. Fentanyl is, fentanyl's the problem. It's not coming from Venezuela. But, this administration knows that you can tell people it's about fentanyl because let me tell you, the opioid epidemic, it has hit the MAGA crowd more than anything. Every MAGA person's got a fucking son or a fucking cousin or somebody they know that's a goddamn junkie because the opioid crisis has hit rural middle America harder than anywhere else. So they're all, this is the most important thing. So Trump says, yeah, got to do something about your dirtbag kid who's fucking strung out on junk for the last 10 years. We're going to go after Venezuela. And they're like, that's our president. But really, it's about oil. It's just about stealing oil from it's about stealing oil from another guy who's a bad guy. Meanwhile, the people of Venezuela, they're shit out of luck again. Because this is pirate on pirate crime that we're seeing down there. We go to war with Venezuela. We're not going to war with Venezuela. We're going to go to war with Venezuela. We're not going to war with Venezuela. We're blockading the fucking Venezuelan coast, apparently. We're not letting anything in or out. This is having really big problems in Cuba. Cuba has already begun to feel the effects of blocked Venezuelan oil because apparently Cuba relies entirely on Maduro's kindnesses of oil. They got no heat, they got no cars, they got no gas, they got nothing in Cuba right now. So I don't know if that was an intended or an unintended effect. Trump would like to flip Cuba. That's like when he's like, yeah, I'd really like to flip Cuba. Like to put a Mar-a-Lago there in Cuba or something. All right, so that's what's happening there with the Venezuela. Hey, how about CBS News? CBS News is really fucking falling in line for this administration, huh? Barry Weiss, I always thought was an interesting writer. She was an editorial writer and a commentator and all that stuff. A young girl, Barry Weiss grew up. She just seems like, a New York, Upper East Side, highly educated, Jewish New York woman. That's who Barry Weiss is. young though. Yeah, I started this year when she was 22, 23, and I'm like, why is this girl getting all this attention? Why is this young kid on Bill Maher and he's taking her seriously? Why is it, we started seeing her. I don't know. I always thought that Barry Weiss was a pretty reasonable person. I always thought that when she talked about current events and stuff, she didn't trigger me. She didn't. I mean, I thought she was pretty moderate, pretty kind of in the middle. Some things that she has said over the years have been construed as, being a bit of a Trump apologist, but she's not. Other things, she's like super lefty. She's East Side, New York, Jewish progressive. That's like her whole fucking thing. But I also don't think that she has ever really staked a flag, being like, like Charlie Kirk, we know what side he's on, right? Trying to think if there's anybody on the left. There's nobody on the fucking left. There's not even a comp for that. There's not. Bill Maher. All right, I'll use him again. So maybe Bill Maher is the comp on the left. That Barry Weiss was always kind of like just sort of somebody that was kind of in the middle. Well, she shocked the world when CBS promoted her to president of news. Young lady, very young for this job. She's being brought into CBS, and they ain't happy because apparently Barry Weiss, look, here's the job. Nobody watches fucking TV news. Nobody watches network news. Nobody watches CBS News. All the other ones, like ABC News. Does anybody watch that? No, I guess not. Fox News, but Fox doesn't have a Fox TV network national newscast. They've got Fox News Network, which is their version of that. MSNBC and NBC has, no, NBC News used to have MSNBC, but they are no longer MSNBC. They are MS Now. NBC is no longer a part of the cable news world. So I don't really know where CBS News fits in all of this, but Barry Weiss was brought in to reinvent CBS News, and I think it's a loser's gamble. I don't think that there is any future for network TV news. I think news has moved into other areas, but they brought her in, and she's making a lot of changes. She is trying to get a TV audience. That's her job. Barry Weiss's job is to get ratings for CBS News. Okay. So how would you do that? Well, I worked in radio. We were very focused on demos and how to do, certain. So I know how they did this. They said, look, we need more people watching network television, CBS. Barry, we're going to bring you on. So how are you going to do it? So here's what she did. She looked at who still watches network TV. Who watches network TV? Who knows what CBS, NBC, and ABC are? Old fucking people. That's who. My 16-year-old, if I said, you know what CBS News is? My kid's smart. He'd be like, wait, what? That's like an old-timey thing? What is it? CBS News? That's what a 16-year-old who is engaged with the world and does like current event, that's what he would think of CBS News. So Barry Weiss takes over a job where she knows she needs more old fucking people. She needs more old people over probably 60 who still at 5:30 p.m. Central Standard Time make it a point to be in front of their TV to watch network news. And she needs them to choose CBS. So she knows that it's older people. So older people, what are older people doing? Right? So you start looking at the habits of older people. You start looking at the voting breakdown of older people. Well, she has decided that CBS has been a little bit too Hollywood left-leaning. And maybe she's right. I don't know. I just watch 60 Minutes because it's good, right? I want 60 Minutes. Good. That's good. I like 60 Minutes. It's about the only thing that I can name that is, a brand of CBS News, 60 Minutes. So last night, 60 Minutes aired after football, as it always does. 60 Minutes cut a story at the last minute. And it's a story about Venezuelans who were deported from this country and sent to a El Salvadorian prison. So Venezuelans, people born in Venezuela who lived in America for, in one case, one of these people, they moved here when they were 6 months old. So they've been in America their whole life. and they get rounded up on the street, and they're not even sent back to the country of their origin because whatever, all these brown people are the same. They're being sent to prisons in El Salvador. So that was a big story. And at the last minute, 60 Minutes had to cut that story yesterday because Bari Weiss said that she had a problem with it. This was a story that was about how ham-fisted and clumsy the Trump administration has been with the deportation of American citizens, or at least people who are here legally. Bari Weiss, the new boss of CBS News, walked in and said, nope, we're not doing that story. We're not doing that story because the White House is going to be upset. I mean, that's not the reason that she gave. The reason that she gave was, did you ask the White House for comment? And of course, the fucking people who put the story together said yes, multiple times. They have no comment on the story. So Bari Weiss said, until they get back to you with a comment, we're not running this story. So do you see what's happening? The administration is not going to get back to them with a comment because getting back to them with a comment is now going to lead CBS News to run this story. Bari Weiss has created a fucking barrier between her journalists that she's employed to make better. That's the job that she's there. She has installed this fucking barrier, a firewall between what they're able to report when it comes to the White House and the White House approving it. It's shocking. This canning of a 60 Minutes story hours before 60 Minutes was going to air is stunning for anybody who follows journalism. I was willing to give Bari Weiss the benefit of the doubt, right? The Erica Kirk thing, and now she's announced another CBS News town hall with J.D. Vance, right? She's doing all this stuff. Seems to be that she's trying to court older MAGA type people who do not like CBS anymore because of left-hard liberals. That's what she's trying to do. And I understand that. That's her job. Numbers are her job, not fucking pushing an ideology, getting the right numbers. Now, if pushing a very specific and maybe even dangerous in some people's eyes ideology lead her to getting more people, whatever, she can justify it that way. It's her job. You think Fox News does the shit they do because, some dude in a leather chair at the very top of the Fox News pyramid thinks this is good? No. He's like, this gets numbers. That's all he cares about. So Bari Weiss is pissing off a lot of people. CBS News, a lot of people are threatening to quit today. We will see a couple people have quit, although no one of significance, but we will be keeping an eye on that. CBS News in full meltdown today after new news president Bari Weiss pulled a story critical of the White House on 60 Minutes just before it aired last night. All right. Let's watch this. This is an interesting piece of video that I saw on Friday, and I was like, I wish I was on the air. I wish I had done this Friday. So this is apparently at a Walmart. This comes to us from TMZ. Did you see this? Sometimes you're in a Walmart or a Target and you see some dirtbags getting put in handcuffs and led to a room in the back of the store, and you're like, I wonder what that room's about. Well, here's what happens in that room. Here are two people in Ohio who have been just busted by store security for stealing at a Walmart. What we are seeing here is video from the security room in the Walmart. See, what happens here is store security will detain you. They will bring you back to the store security room where you will sit on a bench, and then they will call local police. And then the police show up and they arrest you. So that is what's happening here. All right, let's watch and see how this shoplifting situation just completely unraveled in Ohio. All right, first of all, look at these two. She's a mess. Jesus. Look at him. He's skinny. Why is this always the case? It is almost always the case, right? Where you see like a skinny and this is obviously a method, but like a skinny beanpole of a dude, always with a fat chick. Always skinny guy, fat girl. Never see skinny girl, fat guy. No. And I don't mean thin girl. You will see a thin, fit girl with a fat guy. I mean skinny. I mean, we're like, oh, that chick's too skinny. You never see that. You never see too skinny girl with fat guy. You see skinny guy with fat girl all the time. You also see normal black guy with fat white girl all the time. That's another thing. Black dudes love our fat white women. Have at it, boys. I don't know what to say about that. All right, let's watch this. So here you got meth head boyfriend, and girlfriend who could, she could pass for normal. This guy ain't passing for normal. You see this guy hanging out in front of a 7-Eleven and you're a cop, you're going to start talking to him. You're going to be like, what's going on, dude? What's going on? This guy doesn't look normal. She looks normal. She looks like she could totally pass for normal. All right, here we go. Let's watch. Let's see. Again, this is 2 shoplifters being detained at an Ohio Walmart.
I told her not to steal, bro. You didn't steal, so we're going to go on her.
Right. You know what he looks like? Am I crazy? And I know that this is probably a comp for like 3 people out there. But do you remember Damon Albarn's band, The Gorillas? Do you remember The Gorillas? Or I think it was called Gorillas or something, whatever. Damon Albarn from Blur. He's a fucking genius. But he did this like cartoon band and they had a hit. They had a hit song a couple of years ago. Big hit song. It was a cool ass song. I don't know what song it is. Anyway, this guy looks like a member of the Gorillas. He looks like a member of Damon Albarn's animated monkey humanoid band, the Gorillas.
Watched you walk over and put an item in the bag off the shelf.
Now I want to go find a picture of the Gorillas because I'm telling you, he looks just like a member of. What is this guy? A fucking airline pilot? Who's this guy? What are they bringing an airline pilot in?
5550.
All right, here we go. Look at fucking Damon Albarn over here. He's getting ready to move. I don't know if she knows what's about to happen. I don't know. Let's watch. Oh, jeez.
Hey, no.
Oh, jeez. Wow.
Need help.
Fucking airline pilot with the fucking Nazi haircut. This is the haircut of Nazis. Whenever I see a dude with this haircut, I'm like, you're a fucking Nazi, dude. No, I'm not. Change your fucking hair. It looks stupid.
Put your hands now.
Not today, Karen. That's the best. That is the best shirt. Not today, Karen.
Do not touch anything.
All right, there you go. That's it. Let's watch it one more time, and we're gonna break it down a little bit. I'm gonna go through this. So again, remember this is two people, meth head dude from the band Gorillas, and his fat girlfriend. They just got busted for stealing shit at Walmart and waiting for police to show up. He reaches into his backpack, pulls out a fucking gun, and then tries to shoot the person right in front. This is what you need to watch for. This dude just attempted to murder everybody in this room. He didn't just pull out the gun and be like, I got a gun. He pulled out the gun and he immediately began firing. Fortunately, he's a fucking meth head and it misfired. It just went click, click, click. And then he immediately tried to fix the gun, tried to get something chambered. And it was in that moment that, who was it? Was it the airline pilot guy or was it the cop? And whatever, there were two things happening at once. That's when he got jumped. But make no mistake, you can hear, I don't know if you're wearing headphones, turn the volume up, you can hear the hammer clicking. You can hear him firing this gun. He pulls the gun, aims it at somebody right in front of him, and then goes click, click, and it immediately doesn't work. So he looks at it and he tries to chamber it real quick, but it was in that moment of hesitation where he gets taken down. But watch this.
I told her not to steal, bro.
Again, he is right now willing to murder everybody in this room.
So we're gonna go on her. You watch you walk over and put an item in the bag off the shelf.
What is he saying to her here? And what does she understand? Because he is about to do that. He's about to get the gun and kill everybody. They are having some kind of a moment of communication. I don't know what's happening.
55-50.
Here he goes. Now he's going to do it. Now watch. He fires twice. Click, click, nothing. Then looks at the gun confused, like, why isn't it firing? Fire. He fires right here. Click. And then watch. He immediately, whoever he is aiming at, he just shot dead. He just murdered in cold blood at point blank range. See that? It didn't stay. It went click. It went click. And he's like, fuck. Watch. See, look, now he's got it down. He's trying to chamber it. He understands he fucked up. There wasn't one in the chamber. Now he's panicking. He's like, fuck. Look at him. He's down here. He's trying to get it to fire. This guy was going to go through the room. Pow, pow, pow. He was going to murder everybody. Everybody. Look at now. As the cop moves away, the kid furiously tries to shoot the cop as he's moving away. The kid turns the gun. It's not firing because he doesn't know how to work a gun. It's not firing, but he tries. He tries.
55-50.
So that is the cop. This kid at point blank range is right now murdering a police officer. That's the cop. See, no. See, now here's the cop getting out of the way, and he's going for his weapon. And now look at the kid. The kid is trying to chase the cop. Look at the kid is trying to fire at this cop. I don't think the gun ever went off. I don't think there was ever a fucking bullet in there. But Nazi airline pilot, let's hear it for Nazi haircut airline pilot guy. Seriously, man, this is what we need to be. This is what we need to be. In these moments, we need to not run. We need to confront. And now the cop is wrestling him down. All right, so there is a lot of conversation online about this. As well, I think there should be. As you can imagine, there is a large portion of the American citizenry who have a certain color skin who are wondering why that fucker isn't dead where he sat. Why didn't that cop fucking unload, bam, 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 right into him? And the question is, if that were a black kid, would it have been any different? I don't know. But it is an interesting question. Now, I know that we have only seen the most disturbing, and we've only seen the most obvious examples of, cops just killing black kids for reaching or whatever. And by the way, if you're a black kid, you reach for a gun in the presence of a cop, you deserve to die. But this kid deserved to die. This kid deserved to die. Why didn't this cop fire for his own protection? This cop has no way of knowing if there's another bullet just getting ready to slide into the chamber there. This cop was just fired at. I'm sorry, Junkie Boy didn't know one wasn't in the chamber when he fired, but the intention of this kid was to murder that cop. That cop should now be operating under the assumption that this kid is going to murder me. Let's kill this kid. Now, look, ultimately, I guess I'm glad that didn't have to happen, but I'm wondering why it didn't. I'm wondering, it seems like the kind of situation where 10 out of 10 other times we would see that motherfucker dead and we would all be okay with it. Here's a situation where we're like, that dude should be dead, and he's not dead. And we have seen many other instances where that dude should not be dead, and they are dead. So, interesting. And I don't think it had, in the moment, the cop, look, here's what I promise you. in the moment, that cop is not going, oh, wait a second, is this a white guy or a black guy? Wait, what is he? He's a white junkie, though. How is it? Does a white junkie equal just, a random black kid? Because I know that it's kind of okay for us to just shoot random black kids, but what about junkie white kids? No, junkie white kids are still more important than... He wasn't thinking that way. It was chaos. But he didn't pull the trigger. I wonder why he didn't pull the trigger. Instead, he decided to knee the kid in the face a couple of times, which I imagine was quite gratifying. That was somebody tries to kill you and they fuck up and then you get to knee them in the face. That's something. That's something. All right, let's see here. What else? We'll go into Saturday Night Live. We'll talk about Saturday Night Live real quickly. Saturday Night Live, for the last couple of weeks, I have been tracking the participation of a featured performer by the name of Ashley Padilla, because something very strange has been happening this season with Saturday Night Live, and that is they seem to have anointed Ashley Padilla as the new star of the show. And it is strange because she is only a featured player. They're not even paying her a full contract yet. She's making like $750 an episode. She's probably living in Long Island with a couple of her friends. They make nothing. Like, featured players make nothing. When I say they make probably $750 an episode, that's probably short. But they don't make $1 million a year. Don't think for a minute that they're anywhere near there. They're probably featured players, probably for Saturday Night Live, $100,000 a year, 120 as a featured player. You may have certain incentives in your contract. If you're also a writer, you can make writer's money as well. But so she's probably not making a lot of money. And that's why I'm like, Jesus, they are really getting the money's worth out of this featured player. They are. She is leading every sketch. She is in every sketch. She's the funniest thing in every sketch. Every sketch has two types of people. Well, there's actually three, but we'll talk about two types of people. Saturday Night Live, or improv sketch comedy, whatever you want to call it, typically has a star of the scene and a comedy driver. Sometimes the comedy driver is the star of the scene, but other times the star of the scene is the person who is going to be reacting to the comedy driver. Ashley Padilla plays both roles all the time. Every sketch that she's in, it's like, oh, is she the star of the sketch or is she the comedy driver? Holy fuck, she's both. As far as women, and this is why I'm so amazed by this, as far as women, the only two women that I've ever seen on Saturday Night Live do that routinely were Gilda Radner and Kristen Wiig. That's it. The only two women who could both be the star of the scene and the comedy driver. I'm not saying the women are incapable of it. I'm saying that over the course of Saturday Night Live's 51 years now, they haven't been given all that many opportunities. And the two that stand out are Gilda Radner and Kristen Wiig, and now Ashley Padilla. So it was the third straight live show. Saturday Night Live does this every year. They head into the Christmas year. Now there's not going to be another Saturday Night Live until like February. I think the Groundhog's Day show is the next one, but they get some time off. It's the winter break. They do 3 live shows consecutively leading into Christmas. It's the only time all season they'll do 3 live shows in a row. I think there's going to be a couple of points here where they'll do 2 live shows in a row, but 3 live shows in a row is a grind. So they get a bunch of time off. Again, Ashley Padilla, the 2 previous shows, star, unquestioned, every scene, every fucking sketch. She's all over it as a featured player. So I was interested to see how that would be on Saturday, because Saturday's Saturday Night Live, hosted by Ariana Grande, who, here's the thing about Ariana Grande. She's undeniably talented in many different ways. She's got a 4.5 octave vocal range. Okay, I think that's like something that people don't realize about Ariana Grande. She's not just a hot little chick who can kind of sing, and if they use special effects on her voice, she'll sound... No. Ariana Grande is in Kelly Clarkson, Mariah Carey range. A 4.5 octave voice. She has an amazing singing voice. And the other cool thing about her, and this is also a testament to her talent, she is very well known for being able to mimic the singing voices of other very famous singers. Like she can do, by the way, Celine Dion, another 4-octave singer. She can fucking nail Celine Dion. Sounds exactly like her. Kelly Clarkson, she can fucking nail Kelly Clarkson. She ain't trying to nail Britney, okay? She ain't trying to nail Cardi B. She's doing these drop-dead killer impersonations of some of the greatest female vocal talents in history. So she's got that. Ariana Grande's got the... But also, she's a fucking great actress. She's a really good actress. She has hosted Saturday Night Live now a couple of times. I never saw Wicked, so I don't know. And I never watched any of the kids shows that she came out of, so I don't know. But I've seen her now 2 times on Saturday Night Live, and she is tremendous. She is terrific. She has comedy timing. She's just a very talented girl, okay? Ariana Grande is very talented. Can't take that away from her. She bugs the fuck out of me. I don't know why she bugs the fuck out of me, but she bugs me with her fucking, she's like 5'9". She's like, I think 38 pounds, right? Isn't that what she is? She's 5'9", 38 pounds. And then her hands, she's got monster hands now because she's a dumb chick of the generation that thought, I'll just get tattoos everywhere. And like, yeah, you got those fucking tattoos, Ariane, at the end of when tattoos were cool. And now, sadly, you're going to be a 50-year-old woman walking around going, I made bad choices in the aughts. Because tattoos are going out of style. Tattoos are not in style at the moment. Kids are not getting tattoos. I asked my son. He's 16 years old. His, I got a tattoo. His mom has 1 tattoo. I think it's on her arm, right there. She's got like a little, I think it's a peace symbol or something right there. His mom. So his dad's heavily tattooed. His stepdad, his stepdad's got, the full stepdad is a man of that era. He's a big tough guy, big athlete guy. He's got, he's got tattoos all over him. So that's what my kid sees. I got a tattoo. I got a tattoo on my ass. Got a Pugs and Kelly tattoo on my ass. By like one of the world's most famous tattoo artists. It's the only reason I got it done, because he was like a super famous tattoo artist. He's the guy that did Eminem and Kid Rock and, all of these other people. Who else did he do? He did somebody else. Did a whole bunch of like famous people's tattoo works. Famous Detroit tattoo artist. So he was there. And he's like, you want a tattoo? I'm like, from you? I'm like, yeah, I'll get one from you. So I got like a famous guy tattoo on my ass. But I asked my 16-year-old son, I go, what would you get a tattoo? Now, how did it come out? It came up something. I think I said, that would be a cool tattoo. I think that's what it was. I think I said that would be a cool tattoo to my kid at some point. And he goes, ew. And I made a mental note of that. I go, what's wrong? I go, you don't like tattoos? He's like, dude, tattoos are lame. So I'm like, oh, very interesting. Oh, the younger generation, like 16, 17-year-old Gen Zers or whatever, they do not like the tattoos that the millennials made super popular and everybody had to get them. A bunch of millennials going to be like, I wish I didn't get these tattoos. And all us Gen Xers are like, yeah, that's why we joined in and we got some tattoos, but we got them in places we could hide them. You millennials were sure that tattooing was going to be totally accepted forever. And it's not. It's gross. Told you we did a story a couple of weeks ago about how porn stars, porn industry, if you just turned 18 and you want to get into porn and you got a whole bunch of fucking tattoos to tell a story about how your daddy was a loser and you grew up in a trailer, porn doesn't want you. Porn doesn't want girls with tattoos. So there you go. Not that porn is the great barometer, but it does show what people are interested in. People aren't interested in porn girls with tattoos. That tells you about the greater society. So anyway, Ariana Grande's got a whole bunch of bad, ugly tattoos, and she's a weirdo. So back to the story about Saturday Night Live. Ariana Grande was the host. Cher? Was Cher the musical guest? I don't know. I fast forward through the musical guest, and I can promise you if the musical guest was Cher, I'd have been fast forwarding through that shit. If you believe, although that was a funny bit. There was a funny bit where Kenan Thompson, who was funny and everything. Kenan Thompson, interesting, right? It took us like 12 years. It took us like 12 years of Kenan Thompson being a cast member for us to go, he's pretty good. It was like 12. I just took him for granted forever. Now, every time Kenan Thompson's in a sketch, I'm like, all right, very good. We got the 18 now. We got the boss man at Saturday Night Live coming in. Kenan Thompson played a character who was Black Santa Claus, and he was on trial for burglarizing houses. And his defense, the way he defended himself in court, was he sang a Cher song. It's the Cher song, "If You Believe in Life After Life," or whatever that is, that Cher song. His song was "If You Believe in Black Santa Claus." It was pretty funny. All right, so I was interested in Saturday Night Live's third and final show of the year on Saturday night for one reason, to track the ascension of a new show star, Ashley Padilla, but also because it was an episode that I personally have been waiting for years. And my 16-year-old son, has also been waiting for years, because although we disagree on a lot of things, we absolutely 100% agree that Bowen Yang is the most overrated Saturday Night Live performer in fucking history. And Saturday was Bowen Yang's last show on Saturday Night Live. Yeah! Get him out of here. His fucking theater drama club bullshit has ruined Saturday Night Live. Bowen Yang has no let me tell you about Bowen Yang. Bowen Yang checks two boxes that are really important for Saturday Night Live. He's a minority, he's not white, and he's gay. That's it. He's a gay Chinese guy or whatever. I don't know what is Yang. That's racist. Fuck you. Trump won. That's not racist. I can be confused as to whether somebody's Korean, Chinese, or Japanese without being, subtext saying that white people are better than them. Okay, that's what racism is. If I'm like, I'm better than them because of my skin, that's racism. Me not being able to instantly tell the difference between Japanese and Chinese is not fucking racism. So shut your fucking mouth about it. That's why we're at where we are in this country. Because people, that's racist. No, fucking shut up. Shut up. Adam Reyna. That's an Adam Reyna thing. He's always, oh man, I can't wait for someone to unintentionally fucking say something that I could call him racist. Stop it. Stop it, jerk offs. There are assholes and there are cool people. That's it. I'm a cool person who sometimes says things that Adams thinks is racist. Well, maybe I can't help it. Maybe it's because I'm white. And maybe now you're being racist because I can't help it because I am white. Anyway, it was Bowen's last show. Oh, God, he's so not funny. And not only that, but they decided about 4 years ago that they were going to really make Bowen Yang a star. I don't know why. I don't know if they went, well, the climate of the country is changing, and maybe we here at Saturday Night Live don't need to be edgy and satirical and, take shots. What if we just, did a lot of song and dance numbers? And what if we hired a whole bunch of people for the writer's room that come from musical theater? And, we can do that. Bowen can do that. And that's what he fucking did. Also, Bowen Yang, same fuck. You want to talk about somebody with zero range? Zero range. I haven't seen somebody with this little range on Saturday Night Live since, what was her name? Leslie Jones. Leslie Jones. Zero range. Hey, she's playing Leslie Jones. And, on Saturday Night Live, you can have no range. You can have no range and still be hysterically funny. Chris Farley had no range. Chris Farley played Chris Farley in every fucking sketch on Saturday Night Live, and he was brilliant. Leslie Jones has no range and isn't funny. Bowen Yang has no range and isn't funny. Bowen Yang, 100% of the time, plays a gay Chinese guy who's condescending. That's it. That's the character. Hey, Bowen, we're going to need you to be really unlikable. We're going to need you to be Asian. We're going to need you to be gay, and we're going to need you to be condescending in this scene. Can you do all of those? Oh, you can? We'll make you a star. Bowen Yang sucks. He's boring. He's not talented. Look. Honestly, I'm just kind of amping it up for the course of this show. I don't really have this hatred for Bowen Yang. What I have is a resentment that Bowen Yang was somehow pushed ahead of Mikey Day. Probably because Mikey Day is a straight white guy. I imagine that they were like, hey, Mikey Day, you're really fucking funny. And in any other year, you would be a superstar on this show. But we're going to sideline you for a little bit because we got the musical theater kids coming through and we're going to make Bowen Yang a fucking star. Anyway. Barney's coming after me. Barney says, you're crazy, Pugs. He can play slightly annoyed gay guy all the way to exasperating gay guy. Yeah, it's true. It's true. We get it, you're gay. There have been plenty of people on Saturday Night Live who have been gay. They don't need to play gay characters every time. Well, but he is gay, so why shouldn't his character be gay? Oh, shut up! We just don't fucking... Let's see here. Brownie's got a good point. Brownie says Kenan Thompson has zero range either. Not a lot. There's not a lot of range with Kenan Thompson. You are not wrong. But Kenan Thompson's fucking funny. I don't care. The Kenan Thompson character is funny. You know, it's just that characterization of, and you know the guy, we saw it in the Black Santa. The cat who ate the canary. It's like, I know, you know, it's got this whole vibe that we love. We love it because Kenan Thompson has been allowed to stick around for the last 42 years of Saturday Night Live. 42nd season for Kenan Thompson. But you're right. That's a good pull. I'm not going to argue with Brown there. Kenan Thompson does have a little bit of lack of range, if you will. Allie says, all of which were better than Pete Davidson. Pete Davidson is the other one, Maddie. Thank you. Y'all who listen to this show, you know my feelings on Pete Davidson. I don't fucking get Pete Davidson at all. Pete Davidson wasn't good at all on Saturday Night Live. He did nothing on Saturday Night Live. Nothing. Pete Davidson has impressed me in his post-Saturday Night Live film work. I think Pete Davidson's a good actor. I think Pete Davidson is an interesting actor. So, I mean, I will see him and I wish him, you know, all the best in a film career or whatever it is that he wants to do. He seems like a likable dude, but he is not good on Saturday Night Live. So when Pete Davidson suddenly became the big star to break out, once again, I'm like, you guys know Mikey Day is sitting right there, right? You realize that. So I never understood Pete Davidson either. Pete Davidson was, and I'll never get this. This is the other part of Pete Davidson. He ain't hot. I'm sorry, girls. You know, he's not an attractive man. I'm sorry. He looks like a fucking meth head. He looks like what he is, a mentally disturbed drug addict. And you fucking women are like, oh, it's so hot. Really? Are we honestly in a world where you can put Colin Jost next to Pete Davidson and you women are like, Pete's the hot one? The fuck? Let's see. Brown also says there's nothing to get with Pete Davidson. He has zero talent in the humor category. I think Pete Davidson's a funny stand-up comedian. I've seen him live do stand-up comedy. He's funny. And Brown, Pete Davidson can act. He can act. I'm sorry. I don't know if you ever saw that. What was the movie he did? The first movie. I've seen him do two things now, and both of them were like, yeah, that's good. But the one that really resonates is the one that he did where Bill Burr played his stepdad, who was a fireman on Long Island. I forgot what that movie was. That movie is tremendous. It's kind of like a biopic of his life. It's kind of like supposed to be about what his journey was to get to Saturday Night Live. That film is tremendous. Pete Davidson is tremendous in it. And that is why I say you can cast him in movies. He could be good in movies, but he wasn't breakout on Saturday Night Live, and he wasn't deserving of all of the attention that he got. He got the attention for dating Ariana Grande and then Kim Kardashian. That's why Pete Davidson became famous, because for some reason, really hot women decided that this fucking skinny meth head looking freak from Long Island was hot. That's the world we live in. We're in the upside down. Bill Folk, thank you so much. Bill Folk reminds us that film, if you're looking for a film to watch that's just terrific, Bill Folk tells us it's The King of Staten Island. Or no, Maddie says The King of Staten Island. But you know what? Bill did first. Bill got it in first. So credit to Bill. Hey, Bill, I miss you, buddy. Merry Christmas. Oh, once again, I should be reminding everybody that today we do have an executive producer. Today's show has been brought to you by the incredible Tracy D. Thank you so much, Tracy D. She dropped a little something there in the Venmo, the Cash App. She's helping us out. This show runs on your gratuities. Please help us out if you can. It's never been more important for us to get a little bit of help. I'll have a blue. All right. Thank you so much, Tracy D. She is our executive producer of the day. If you want to be tomorrow's executive producer, drop a little something in either Venmo or the Cash App. You can do that. Thank you so much. All right. So Bowen is gone. Bowen left Saturday Night Live. It was his send-off show. Now, remember, I am tracking Ashley Padilla. I'm like, Ashley Padilla, let's see how much she gets. Ashley Padilla was benched on Saturday. She was benched. She was essentially benched after carrying the last two shows, appearing in every single sketch, including an update desk piece. She's been in every... After that, she was in Almost Nothing. And I knew that she was going to be in Almost Nothing because she appeared in the monologue. Ariana Grande comes out and she does a monologue, and of course it's Ariana Grande, so it's kind of a singing and dancing. And at some point the entire cast comes out and joins her on stage, and right there in the middle, right in front of Ariana Grande, which is called a prime camera position, and that was by intention. The cast doesn't just all come out and wherever they stand. No, Lauren's got certain people standing certain places because it's right in frame of the camera, and that's what the audience wants. They put Ashley right in front of Ariana Grande, right in front. Ariana was a little bit above her, and then right in front of her. And the first face you see is Ashley Padilla. She was dressed. I'm looking at her. I'm like, she's wearing street clothes. She's dressed in normal street clothes. She is not dressed for, she is, and her hair was done differently. I'm like, her hair is not, usually Saturday Night Live female performers, their hair is in a ponytail or they're wearing a wig. I'm like, what is going on? So I'm like, that's interesting. So I made note of what she was wearing. And I thought, okay, is she going to be in the first sketch? Is she dressed like that because she's in the first sketch? And that's part of the costume for the first sketch. First sketch comes, she's not in the first sketch. Second sketch comes, she's not in the second sketch. Third on Saturday Night Live is a pre-produced thing. She's in that, but she's in that as an ensemble member with like 5 other people. First sketch out of that, not in it. Musical guest. Then commercial break. Then the news. I'm like, oh, well, she's probably going to get a desk piece. Wasn't on the news. First sketch out of the news, she had a supporting role. She was absent after being the dominant force on the show. She was noticeably absent from Saturday's show, and here's why. At least this is how I figure it. It's because it was Bowen's show, because it was the farewell show for Bowen Yang. He was given a terrible bit. It was a stupid bit. The premise was that he served holiday travelers eggnog at the Delta Lounge at the airport. And it was a sketch designed to be Bowen Yang's farewell sketch. And for those purposes, it was nice. I'm sure that he enjoyed it and good for him. Again, I don't hate Bowen Yang. I just don't get it. So good for him. They gave him that beautiful little sketch where he was able to basically, the audience, let them all know that I'm leaving, but he did it in character. It wasn't as great as Kristen Wiig's. Kristen Wiig's send-off. I don't know if you remember Kristen Wiig's final show. Her send-off, her final thing that was her signature sketch in her final show featured Mick Jagger singing She Sells Rainbows. And she just did. It was pretty incredible. She won after every cast member on. Mick Jagger came out, sang this classic Rolling Stone song. Kristen Wiig stood next to him in a dress, and one by one, the cast members of the show walked up to Kristen Wiig and then just did a little dance with her for a minute. It was so cool. It was the way the cast could say goodbye. Bowen Yang, they gave him a stupid premise bit, But hey, good for him. Anyway, that's what I think was happening with Saturday Night Live. I think that it was intentional. I think that they told Ashley, they said, look, we're gonna give this show to Bowen. We don't need to remind people that we've been forcing you down their throats for the last 2 weeks. But maybe that's it. I think maybe that's it. I think that's why. Remember, I was curious. I'm like, why is Saturday Night Live doing this? They've never done this before. I think that Bowen Yang leaving mid-season like this tells me that it was a fairly recent decision on Bowen Yang's part. You know, most of the time you finish at the end of the season and they're prepared for that. And, you know, but no, this is the odd leaving the show. Now he's got to go out and promote Wicked 2 or whatever the hell this is. So maybe that's why he's leaving. But I think it's been fairly obvious over the last 2 weeks that Saturday Night Live has been front-loading Ashley Padilla to the audience to say, hey, but you know what? Yeah, you're going to get some bad news next week. We're going to tell you that Bowen Yang is leaving. Because remember, Saturday Night Live thinks people like him. I mean, maybe they do. I don't. They're like, hey, Bowen Yang is leaving. So that I think that was what it was. I think they were just giving us Ashley Padilla, sort of telegraphing that this is our next star. And I'm here going, Mikey Day is still in the cast. Why won't you use Mikey Day? Everything Mikey Day does is hysterical. All right, let's see here. What else do we have? We got a list of Hollywood. Want to run through this list? The Hollywood Reporter. They do this every year. The Hollywood Reporter is known as the industry Bible. It is the Bible. It is the New York Times, if you will, for the Hollywood system out there. They put together their annual list of Hollywood's biggest winners and losers of 2025. I don't think this is in any particular order, so let's run through some of these. Actually, there are numbers, so maybe this is in some particular order. Hey, gangsters, would y'all mind if I took a quick pee break? I gotta pee. The show's been on now for 2 hours and 15 minutes. We got a bunch more stuff to do. We're gonna hang out here today. Okay. So just if you would allow me, so let me go to run to the bathroom real quick. We'll be right back. And I'm gonna give you Hollywood's. We're gonna go through a list of Hollywood's biggest winners and losers of the year. Bunch of celebrities, bunch of movies, writers, all that kind of stuff. It's interesting. I think it's interesting. Maybe you will as well. At least I hope you do. I'm going to go to the bathroom. So give me a couple of minutes. In the meantime, great opportunity for you to drop a little something in the Venmo or the Cash App and make sure that this kind of talk radio continues every day into the new year. All right, I'll be right back. All right, here we go. We're back. Thank you. Let's see here. I was looking at the chat here. Bill says, I always felt the same way about Molly Shannon. I always associated her with that stupid Catholic schoolgirl sketch. Mary Kathleen Gallagher. Hated that sketch. I hated that. I hated that sketch. I didn't, but I love Molly Shannon. I think Molly Shannon's really funny, and I think she's a really good comedic actress. But yeah, I was not a fan of the Mary Catherine Gallagher sketch. I was also not a fan of who's the other one who's really funny, but her signature sketch on Saturday Night Live was just so dumb. Julia Sweeney is so funny, but that It's Pat character, I always hated It's Pat. And she got a movie out of that. And honestly, I think that was the worst thing that ever happened to Julia Sweeney. I think Julia Sweeney is so much better and so much funnier than that It's Pat character, but it became so big for her that it kind of like stuck. And she's like, oh God. And then a couple of years ago, they tried to cancel her for the It's Pat character from the 90s because she's making fun of trans people. And she's like, no, that's kind of the whole point. You don't know what Pat is. That's the whole point. Sorry that made you uncomfortable, but nobody knows what Pat is. What do you mean trans? I'm not making fun of trans people. If anything, the character of It's Pat was pointing out that there are people in this world with names like Kelly, Pat, Chris, who are altogether androgynous, and you just do not know. All right, let's get into the Hollywood Reporter and their list of the biggest winners and losers in Hollywood in the year 2025. We do have number one, so I guess maybe it is in some kind of order. Yeah, it looks like it. All right, 1 through number one, the biggest winner in Hollywood in 2025. I would have told you this. We've been talking about it for a couple of weeks now. Netflix is Louis B. Mayer in 1935. Netflix is the Warner Brothers in the 1940s. Netflix is big. Netflix is big. The streamer continues to win on all fronts. Subscribers have topped 300 million globally. Revenue was up 20%. Netflix is likely buying Warner Brothers, plus hits like K-pop Demon Hunters in the final season of Stranger Things, while limited series like Adolescence swept the award shows. All right, whatever. All right, Netflix, we get it. Netflix is having a moment. All right, number two on this list is the biggest loser. The biggest loser of 2025. Paramount Skydance. Of course, Skydance, the company owned by the Ellisons, that big fucking billionaire scumbag money. By the way, the Ellisons and the Skydance people, they've pledged like $40 billion or something to some Trump cause or something, whatever. Kissing ass. We're not going to forget. Paramount tried to buy Warner Brothers, right? And they thought they had a deal for Warner Brothers because they kissed Trump's ass appropriately and they'd been working on it. And then out of nowhere, Ted Sarandos and Netflix swept down a couple weeks ago and said, nope, we'll take it. And they bought it. So isn't that interesting? According to the Hollywood Report, well, they've signed a deal to buy it. Although they're trying to do everything that they can to get the president of the United States involved in a business deal where he's going to steal it from the rightful winner of a bidding war and give it to his friend, the Ellisons. So we'll see how that works out. But as of right now, the Hollywood Reporter says Netflix is the biggest winner of 2025 and Paramount Skydance, the biggest loser of 2025. All right, here's some other ones. Let's see here. David Zaslav. He's number three. David Zaslav is the president and the guy who runs Warner Brothers Discovery. That's the prettiest girl at the ball who Paramount, Skydance, and Netflix have been fighting over. So he's number 3, and he's a big winner. David Zaslav of Warner Brothers Discovery. Everybody wants him. The next big loser on the list is Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni. Hollywood Reporter says that this story basically these two people fucking hate each other. They've been talking shit for over a year. Everybody lost interest like 9 months ago, yet their careers are both individually stalled because of all of this mess, and nobody is backing down. Thus, the Hollywood Reporter says big losers in 2025, both Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni. Big winner, somebody named Michael DeLuca and Pamela Abdi. I don't know who they are. It says, when everybody in the town just knows you're going to be fired, then you start pumping out one hit after another, with first a Minecraft movie, followed by Sinners, followed by Weapons. All right, so these are people who apparently were on the chopping block, Michael DeLuca and Pamela Abdi, but then they pumped out a bunch of hits, and now they're winners. Don't know those guys. Don't know their names. Ryan Coogler, big winner for Sinners. I haven't seen Sinners yet. Sinners is a vampire movie, right? Black vampire movie. I don't know why I need to make that distinction, but I think it's all like black people. And some, there's a couple white guys. They play the bad dudes. They play like racist, terrible, horrible. I don't know. I haven't seen Sinners. I don't know if there's any good people in it. I do know that Josh Allen's wife is in it. She's white. All right. Sinners, big winner. Ryan Coogler, big winner. Big loser in 2025. Star Trek. Star Trek. Hollywood Reporter says they're a big loser. The sci-fi franchise is approaching 60, and it sure feels like it. Paramount Plus's Section 31 movie tanked. Had a 16% audience score. The third season of Star Trek Strange New Worlds was meh, dropping sharply from prior seasons to a 53% audience score. The only person who sounds excited for the upcoming Gen Z targeted Starfleet Academy is recurring guest star Paul Giamatti. I don't know what that means, but there you go. Star Trek, apparently the bloom is off the rose. Star Trek has lost some shit. Big winner. Big winner. How is this guy not like the first or second big winner of the year? This guy is a big Hollywood winner. Ladies and gentlemen, Taylor Sheridan. Taylor Sheridan turning Fort Worth into Hollywood Southwest? Southeast? Taylor Sheridan creates every freaking show on the Paramount Network. Every show. This dude is the most prolific son of a bitch that I've ever seen in television. I don't know how he can write so many shows. And if you're a fan of Sons of Anarchy, as I love the TV show Sons of Anarchy, it is shocking when you learn that Taylor Sheridan is the guy who played Deputy Hale. Deputy Hale on Sons of Anarchy. Remember Deputy Hale? That was Taylor Sheridan. And then he decided, you know what? I don't think I'm going to be a great actor. I think I'm going to be stuck playing roles like Deputy Hale. What if I write a couple of episodes of Sons of Anarchy? Let's see where that goes. And now Taylor Sheridan has created everything in television. Oh, we know the big ones, Yellowstone and Landman. But what about the mayor of Kingstown? What about Tulsa King? What about 1883? What about 1923? What about half a dozen other shows Taylor Sheridan is currently creating? He makes wonderful TV. Wonderful TV. It's not preachy. It's not filled with all kinds of, it's so normal. Everything that he makes is so normal. He's great. I don't know. He's great. Landman is so good. Landman. All right, let me rate the Taylor Sheridan shows. All right, here we go. Taylor Sheridan shows ranked. Number 1 is Landman. Landman is easily the best thing he's ever done, and he's done a lot of really good shit. Number 2 is Mayor of Kingstown. That show, now that one's not getting watched quite as much Can also find it on Paramount. They're like 4 or 5 seasons into The Mayor of Kingstown. That's Jeremy Renner. Jeremy Renner stars in The Mayor of Kingstown. And by the way, very interesting. Between I think season 2 and season 3, maybe it's season 3 and season 4. I don't know. But between one of those 2 seasons, Jeremy Renner got cut in half by a snowplow. And he still came back and did season 3. And like you watch it, I'm like, does he look any different? Because I binged The Mayor of Kingstown. So I was able to watch the last season or the last episode of before Jeremy Renner got run over by the snowplow. And then I was able to roll that right into the first episode back after Jeremy Renner got run over by a snowplow. Couldn't fucking tell the difference. Jesus. 2 things. One of 2 things occurred there. Either we were totally lied to about the seriousness of the Jeremy Renner incident. Yes, it sounds horrible, but we were told he was cut in half. We were told that he would never walk again. We were told that he was crushed and whatever. That's what we were told. And he made this miracle recovery, and now he's back doing Mayor of Kingstown. He's back doing Marvel movies, and he looks fine. So I think we were lied to. I think that he was injured very badly. But I don't think it was as bad as we all thought it was. Taylor Sheridan is a big winner this year. Taylor Sheridan. Oh, yeah. Taylor Sheridan shows ranked. Landman, Mayor of Kingstown. The first 4 seasons of Yellowstone, so good. The first couple seasons of Yellowstone is so good. Then I kind of got, when he became governor, I got okay, this is jump the shark. But whatever. That's it. Those are my top 3. You know what I don't do? As much as I love Sam Elliott, who, by the way, Sam Elliott has been added to the cast of Landman, plays Billy Bob's dad. I like that. And I love Sam Elliott, but I can't watch 1883. I'm sorry. I tried to watch it. It's too gross. Every time I watched an episode of 1883, I wanted to take a shower. I'm like, how did these people just not wake up and go, oh, I still live in 1883. I guess I'm going to kill myself. Why did they not kill themselves? Fucking awful. I don't want to watch it. Then he's got the next generation of Duttons, right? Because that's the whole point of 1883, 1923 in Yellowstone, right? Yellowstone is the Dutton family in modern times. 1883 takes us all the way back to the beginning of the Dutton family and when they made their move up to Yellowstone or whatever. 1923 is sort of, that's Harrison Ford and Dame Helen Mirren. That's it. Hot ass Helen Mirren. That's 1923. I watched an episode of 1923 and I was like, yeah, I'm bored. I don't like Little House on the Prairie type bullshit. I'm not into this. So anyway, I do not rank 1883 or 1923 because I'm not a big fan. Top 3 Taylor Sheridan shows: Landman, Mayor of Kingstown, Yellowstone. There you go. Now, you might be like, Pugs, you didn't mention Tulsa King. Tulsa King's the worst of his show. Tulsa King's stupid. First of all, it's got Stallone. Can we stop pretending, okay? We're out of the 80s. Stallone's a joke. Stallone isn't. Stallone, stop it. Stallone's in that. Stallone was great in Rocky. He was great in Fist. He was great in Copland. And that's it. Everything else Stallone did is stupid. The guy just made stupid shit. Again, with the exception of Copland, Fist, and the original Rocky. Those are 3 of the best films ever made, and he was amazing in them. Everything else, stupid. Best Little Whorehouse in Texas, stupid. Wait, was that Stallone or Burt Reynolds? Rhinestone, that's Stallone. Over the Top, that's Stallone. Cobra, that's Stallone. Stallone made a lot of dumb movies. So I'm not, and he's making dumb TV shows. Tulsa King is kind of interesting. It's fine to kill time with, but it isn't. The story is just not great. Big loser. Taylor Sheridan is our big winner. Big loser in 2025. Sydney Sweeney. Big loser. This poor girl. I feel so sorry for this girl. Why do you feel sorry? Because you have no idea what her career has gone through. She's basically like kryptonite right now in Hollywood. Nobody wants to fucking go near her. She got fucking championed by a fucking political party. She's never pledged an allegiance to MAGA. She's not, and yet she has been allowed to be targeted with that, which has caused every fucking film she's been in last year, and she was in a lot of films, every single one of them bombed. She's like unfairly being run out of Hollywood, and she's a terrific young actress. She deserves a career. That fucking thing with the jeans, remember? She's a racist. No, she's not. She did a jean commercial. Remember, that commercial is a parody of the Calvin Klein commercial from 1980, which nobody had a problem with. This entire commercial line, it's my jeans, is it me or the jeans or whatever, that is a parody or a tribute, if you will, to a very famous, long-standing Brooke Shields Calvin Klein jeans commercial from the 1980s. But no, it wasn't that, because social media decided that it was Sydney Sweeney announcing to the world that she's into eugenics. And, she didn't say anything to knock it down. Like, she wasn't like, look, no, she just stayed quiet. And now she's fucking paying the price. And it's really unfortunate. Sydney Sweeney, according to the Hollywood Reporter, one of the biggest losers in Hollywood in 25, it says the backlash against Sweeney's American Eagle ad was dumb. Yeah, it was. It was totally dumb, but it was still a backlash, and she needed to wear it, and she carries that around now. But the entire problem, the Hollywood Reporter knows it was a Calvin Klein commercial. It was fucking stupid that people got upset about it. The backlash against Sydney Sweeney's American Eagle ad was dumb. But having the TikTok hordes insist you're racist for months isn't a great look either. Even if you otherwise show up to movie premieres looking great, and speaking of those, Sweeney had 3 major movies that flopped at the box office in 2025. Americana, Echo Valley, and Christie. I have only heard of Christie because I know that's the Christy Martin movie. I haven't heard of those other 2. She is a big, hot A-list actress, and those 2 first movies that she released, I've never fucking heard of. That's how poisonous she is at the box office. People are not going to see her movies. They feel like they shouldn't support her, which is totally unfair. She didn't do anything wrong other than just keep her mouth shut and let the fucking political idiots do their thing. The backlash against Sweeney's American Eagle ad was dumb, but having the TikTok hordes insist you're racist for months isn't a great look either. Even if otherwise you show up to movie premieres looking great. And speaking of those movie premieres, Sydney Sweeney had 3 major movies that flopped this year: Americana, Echo Valley, and Christie. Yes, they were low expectation indie titles, but each had Sweeney's chronically online detractors cheering their downfall. The Housemaid is tracking to be a solid opening. At least Sweeney is clearly a star, but some years you kind of lose, whether it's fair or not. This is one of those years for Sydney Sweeney. All right, I hope she survives. They used to say, we've learned, by the way, this is different. It used to be the old adage is any press is good press. Well, that was before social media. That was before. So any press is not good press still. And she suffered from association, something that she didn't seek out, but that was hoisted upon her. You see like I don't know I don't even know who's like a lefty actress that's kind of sexy. I don't know, whatever. They'll do this all the time. Like the MAGA hordes. They'll take Sydney Sweeney looking banging because she's gorgeous. They'll take a picture of Sydney Sweeney, and then they'll take some like lefty Hollywood chick, some other famous chick, and they'll be like, yeah, who would you rather have? And of course, the idea is that the right in MAGA is claiming Sydney Sweeney as their own, and she's like, I don't want to be a part of it. But she didn't push back enough, and she allowed the hordes, as they say here, to define her. To a lot of fucking Americans who are just like, I hate that MAGA bitch. It's like, she's not a MAGA bitch. MAGA fucking clommed onto her, but she didn't do anything. She's not showing up like Cardi B or Nicki Minaj at fucking Turning Point. That's not what Sydney Sweeney's doing. And her career took a hit this year because of it. We'll see. I got a feeling she's going to bounce back fine. I like her a lot. I think she's very likable. I know that's kind of weird, right? All right, another, like, she doesn't seem likable, but she does seem likable, like in interviews and stuff. And here's the other thing. I think she's a serious actress. I really do. She played when she played Reality Winner. I don't know if you ever saw that HBO Max movie. Remember the military girl who, I don't know what the deal is. She stole some secrets or something. Anyway, Sydney Sweeney played her a couple of years ago, and she was amazing. The movie itself is kind of boring, but Sydney Sweeney playing an ugly chick, like willing to play a chick that isn't Sydney. I mean, she played it well. And then the Christy Martin stuff. She's supposed to be absolutely unbelievable as Christy Martin in the Christy Martin movie, but nobody will see it. Nobody will see it. I will. I'll see it. I'll see it when it pops up, online on one of the servers. I'll watch it. She's a good actress. I'll tell you, I've never watched the show she's famous for. What the show with Zendaya, right? Whatever that HBO show. I don't know what that is. It's a show for young girls, right? Young women or something. There's just a bunch of like young girls having sex and being naked, which sounds like something that, a middle-aged man might be interested in, but no. I'm good. I'll see the stills from the show online. I don't actually have to tune in and watch a show. I've never seen that show. But the first time I did see her in something was in the first season of White Lotus. She was Sydney Sweeney before she was Sydney Sweeney, household name. She was one of the stars of the first season of White Lotus. And she was terrific. She was terrific. She has this magnetism on screen. She has this energy and this vibe that you're either like, why is that girl so upset about it? It's just an interesting kind of thing. You know who's got a very similar sort of appeal on screen? It's almost like a dangerous, edgy kind of thing. What's her name? No, I can't think of her name. April from Parks and Rec. Why can't I think of April's name from Parks and Rec? But there's a darkness. There's like a darkness. There's like this could get edgy kind of a thing. Sydney Sweeney in her acting has that element to it. And I think it's interesting. A lot of actors don't have interesting things about them. Stars do. Stars have unexplainable. The X Factor. Well, you can try and explain it. And in the case of Aubrey Plaza, is what I was thinking of. Aubrey Plaza also has this sort of interesting, it doesn't matter what character she's playing, she is always going to carry this element of her true self. It's interesting. There's edginess, there's darkness. Sweeney's got that same thing. That's a star thing. All right, let's go back to the Hollywood winners and losers. Another big winner here is Apple TV. It says the perpetual 3-month free trial streaming service actually had more than one show that people were excited about this year. With season 2 of Severance, I hate Severance. Severance is so overrated, but whatever. Hey. Just not for me. Maybe it's for you. That's fine. I think it's boring. I am an elite level television watcher, and this is like a draft. It's like I'm an NFL, elite quarterback evaluator, and I'm seeing Severance coming out, and everybody is going, they're the number 1 pick, and I'm going, Severance sucks. Severance is not going to do well. Anyway, Severance sucks. You might like it though. I just don't recommend it. With season 2 of Severance and season 4 of The Morning Show getting buzz. Morning Show's fun. I like The Morning Show. I do like The Morning Show. Severance sucks. The Morning Show's fun. With season 4 of The Morning Show getting buzz, the real highlight is the debut of the most original alien invasion concept in years. And Apple's biggest hit ever. Pluribus. A show where one person can have anything they want in the world and they still never stop complaining. Apple is a big winner. All right. I've been saving this because I'm only 3 episodes in, and I knew at some point I was probably going to want to have a conversation with it, but let's talk for a minute here about Pluribus on Apple TV. Are you watching Pluribus on Apple TV? Like I said, I'm only 3 episodes in. Am I caught up? How many episodes are I remember there was a lot of hype around Pluribus, And so I was ready for it when it came out. And I was like, okay, I'm just going to let some episodes build up because I'm going to probably want to watch this. Why was there hype around Pluribus, Apple TV's new show? Well, for one thing, it stars somebody who's got a very high Q rating when it comes to television watchers. It stars Rhea Seehorn. Kim Wexler from Better Call Saul. Everybody loves Kim. And let me tell you, I'm so happy. I am so happy. Do you remember me? Remember me from like a year ago? I think when Better Call Saul went off the air, whenever it was, we talked about Better Call Saul's final episode. And I started jumping up and down and screaming about how Rhea Seehorn better have a fucking career. She better not be Skyler from Breaking Bad. That woman, the woman who played the wife on Breaking Bad, was completely forgotten by the entertainment industry. They're like, oh yeah. She was also the wife. She didn't get anything out. What's her name? I don't even know her name. The woman who played Skyler. So I'm watching another Vince Gilligan show, Better Call Saul, and I'm seeing another incredibly meaty character written by Vince Gilligan for a female actress who is absolutely slaying it. And I'm like, I swear to God, if Rhea Seehorn gets completely fucking forgotten and Bob Odenkirk goes off to make movies like Bryan Cranston or they didn't forget about Rhea Seehorn. She's got a show. It's called Pluribus. It's Vince Gilligan's new show, so it's got pedigree there as well. This is the third show. Breaking Bad, Better Call Saul, and now Pluribus, starring Rhea Seehorn. This, interestingly enough, Pluribus also takes place inside the Breaking Bad universe. So, who knows? Who knows? We may see some Breaking Bad or Better Call Saul characters at some point pop into Rhea Seehorn's life in Pluribus. It's in the universe because it's also set in Albuquerque, New Mexico in modern times. I'm sure that we will see a bus bench at some point in Pluribus, a bus stop bench that has Better Call Saul on it or something. We will. I promise you. That's how Vince Gilligan is as a writer. He's fun. Anyway, Pluribus, like I said, I'm 3 episodes in or something. It's amazing. It is so good. It really is. I mean, look, Vince Gilligan has the pedigree. I think the Better Call Saul is his best show. A lot of people are like, Breaking Bad, and then they never watched Better Call Saul. If you think Breaking Bad is the greatest TV show of all time, and then you didn't watch Better Call Saul, you're not a serious television watcher, and I shouldn't really take your estimation that Breaking Bad is the best show of all time very seriously. And that's what I've found to be true. You show me somebody who says Breaking Bad is the best show of all time, I'll show you somebody who doesn't watch a whole lot of television. Breaking Bad is a very good show. Better Call Saul on every level is much better than Breaking Bad. Just better. Vince Gilligan got better at what he was doing by the time he was doing Better Call Saul. So now he rolls into Pluribus. Apple TV, starring Rhea Seehorn, starring Kim Wexler from Better Call Saul, as a person who is immune to a virus that has taken over the entire world. It is an alien virus. It came from outer space. And the virus makes everybody happy. The virus makes every human being on the face of the earth kind, decent, wonderful. The downside is that they share a hive mind. Every single person on the planet in the television show Pluribus has the same mind. So if you're a 12-year-old, you can land a jumbo jet. If you're a 9-year-old, you can do open heart surgery. You know how to do it. Because there's somebody else in the world who can do it. And you all share a mind, so you can do whatever anybody can do. One person learns something, everybody learns it. And they aren't violent. They are never violent towards one another. The alien virus has perfected humanity. Now, so what is the story? Well, the story is that there's 11 people on Earth who are somehow immune to this virus. And Rhea Seehorn is one of them. Rhea Seehorn is one of the people on this planet who is 100% immune to whatever this virus from outer space that has made everybody perfect, that has made everybody nice and charming and fun and loving and nonviolent and everything that humanity promised, this alien virus has made. It's like an upgrade from outer space. We all got upgraded except for 11 people. Or maybe it's 13 now. I don't know, whatever. But Rhea Seahorn is one of the 11 people who have not been affected by this virus, and she is left in a world where everybody is super fucking nice, and she is perpetually in a bad mood. She's just always angry at people. Oh, and you can't yell at them either. It's another thing about plur. They might get it annoying if you're just not happy and if you're not a part of the hive mind. You know, you might get irritated by them, but just get away from me. Like if you do that, if you just get out of my way, like if you do that, they will freak the fuck out. Like they will talk about being fucking shrieking violets. Like if you're mean to one of these people, they start going, they start having convulsions. And they share a hive mind. So if you're mean to one of them, it's not just the dude in front of you goes into convulsions. The entire globe. The entire globe. Like she finds this out in episode 1. She gets mad. She shoves one of the hive mind people. And then she learns that she killed globally about 2 million people. She killed 2 million people. And she can't deal with that. She's like, holy fuck, I'm worse than Hitler. You know, she's like, she killed millions of people around the globe simply because she pushed someone who was being really helpful to her. Anyway, it's great. Pluribus is really good. The other thing is that they're nice to the 11. Like the hive mind has figured out that there's these 11 that don't share the hive mind. So, of course, because they're humanity perfected, the hive mind is like super nice to like the people who were left behind. And like, it's okay. It's okay. Look, we are here to serve you. You people are special. You people have your own minds, and we're going to help you with anything that you need whenever. You've got all of us at your disposal. So these 11 people basically get to live like kings. Anything they want, anything they want is given to them by the hive mind. They live like kings, but there is this caveat. We're going to figure out how to fix you, is what they say. And we're like, what do you mean fix us? So that you can join us. We're working on a way to get you so that you can be a part of the hive mind. And so the 11 are like, yeah, I don't know if I want to go into the hive mind. One of the survivors is like from Africa. He's like some African dude, like some African 30-year-old party boy. And he's one of the 11 in Pluribus that don't share the hive mind and can have anything that he wants. And he is taking advantage of it. So there was an example. The 11 wanted to all meet. They're like, can we all get together? Can I meet the other 10 who, so they all met at this place at an airport. They all flew in, like they all had like their own jumbo jets, their own private jumbo jets. They all landed in, and the dude from Africa was late. And they're like, what? They're supposed to be 11. Where's, there's only 10 here. Where's the 11th? And they're like, well, he had a request that was a little more difficult to fill. So he's running about an hour behind, but he'll be here. That's the dude from Africa. His request that his private plane that he wants to fly around is Air Force One. So he's flying around Air Force One, and he's got it filled with these hive mind supermodels. And he's just like, yeah, I don't have any interest in being a part of the hive mind. I'm just going to Pluribus. Pluribus is really good. And that is why they are rated here as one of the best or biggest winners of 2025, Apple TV, and the success of the TV show Pluribus. Here's what it says. The real highlight is the debut of the most original alien invasion concept in years, and Apple's biggest hit ever, Pluribus, a show where one person can have anything they want in the world, and they still never stop complaining, which might explain Elon Musk. Moreover, Apple TV Plus finally seems to know it is smart TV for smart people. That's true. Apple TV is quality. The shows on Apple TV doesn't have any stupid shit. Okay? Apple TV is not going to do Love Island. It's the MILF Ranch. They're not doing that shit. Apple's doing what HBO used to do. When everybody else was dumbing shit down to the lowest common denominator, HBO took a look at the TV viewer landscape and went, okay, so there is a mad fight for all the stupids. How come nobody's going after the high quality television viewer? And that's what HBO did. And that's why HBO, it's not TV, it's HBO. It's a little different. Big losers, according to the Hollywood Reporter. How about Glenn Powell and Jared Leto? Glenn Powell and Jared Leto, big losers of 2025. Says last year was widely declared the summer of Glenn Powell. Since the grinning charmer from Top Gun Maverick had so many big projects coming out, this year was more like the bummer of Glenn Powell. The Running Man was supposed to prove that Powell can be a soul. The Running Man movie came out and left. I remember like months ago seeing a trailer for The Running Man and going, oh, that's cool. Can't wait to see that. And then like, now here we are. It's like, it's come, it's gone. Movies aren't the same as they used to be. Anyway, The Running Man was supposed to prove that Glenn Powell can also be a lead action star. And then his TV show, Chad Powers, was the actor's, it's not Ted Lasso, but maybe it can be as popular like Ted Lasso, sports comedy effort, but both disappointed. I like that. That's how they're describing Glenn Powell's Chad Powers. It's like Ted Lasso, but it's not Ted Lasso, but maybe it'll be a hit like Ted Lasso because it wasn't good. The first season of Ted Lasso was amazing. The first season of Ted Lasso was so different than everything else. Ted Lasso is not great anymore. Ted Lasso, it really doesn't know what it's doing. It doesn't know what it wants to be anymore. First season of Ted Lasso, tremendous. Second season of Ted Lasso, also very good. But I would say it starts to fall apart. That's where it started to fall apart. All right. Anyway, there you go. Jared Leto is a loser because apparently the Tron remake that he starred in was an absolute bomb, and everybody said it was because he was so absolutely terrible in it. James Gunn, big winner. Hollywood Reporter says James Gunn is a big winner. So happy about this one. Why is James Gunn one of Hollywood's 2025 biggest winner? Because Superman did exactly what it needed to do at the box office and not much more. Still, Gunn's new Man of Steel beat out 3 efforts by Marvel. Beat Thunderbolts, Fantastic Four, and Captain America Brave New World. Season 2 of Gunn's HBO series Peacemaker was also considered better than Marvel's recent Disney Plus efforts. Anyway, James Gunn, he rebooted Superman and everybody liked it, and that's good. That's good. See, that's the thing about the Superman reboot. I don't need it to be Avengers Endgame, right? I didn't need that. What I needed was a reintroduction of the character of Superman to a new audience in a way that hadn't been done before. And James Gunn got it. James Gunn accepted the assignment, and he said, yeah, I'll make a cool, interesting Superman movie that doesn't rely on... See, the problem with Superman movies in the past is that it relied on people being very familiar with Superman. Because everybody was, because Superman was, but this generation is not as familiar with Superman. So you have an opportunity now that you can sort of reintroduce the way people, come to know Superman. I think Gunn did a great job. I thought that was terrific. What else do we have? South Park is a big winner. It says South Park is a big winner in Hollywood this year. Has South Park become too reactive and political? Maybe. One wonders if anybody is going to remember who Trump administration officials like Pete Hegseth or Kristi Noem are when watching reruns in the coming years. But the show's 27th season drew its biggest audience in decades. And they also, remember, we reported on this a couple of months ago, they also signed a long-term, huge, massive, multi-billion-dollar deal with Paramount for the exclusive rights to continue new South Parks and also host the entire catalog. Biopics were a big loser this year. It says here the examples. For the last few years, prestige biopics were clearly working. So Hollywood made a bunch of them this year. You'll never guess what happened next. Springsteen, Deliver Me From Nowhere, Christie, Blue Moon, and The Smashing Machine performed poorly at the theater. I am probably the biggest Bruce Springsteen fan that you have ever met. And I didn't go see Deliver Me from No. I have no interest in that Bruce Springsteen. I'll watch it when it shows up on Netflix and I'm laying on the couch. But I'm not putting on shoes, getting in a car, waiting in line in the cold to buy a ticket to go sit in a theater that's sticky and smells funny and people are talking. I'm not doing that for that movie. I'm sorry. They didn't sell me on it. And I would have been one of the easiest people to sell on that, as I am a massive Bruce Springsteen fan. Deliver Me from Nowhere, no interest. Christy, the Christy Martin story. Christy Martin, the professional women's boxer from like 20 years ago. I think she killed her husband. I think, isn't that the point of it? Her husband was like brutalizing her and she ended up murdering her husband or something. I don't know. That was the Sydney Sweeney film, Christy, and it bombed at the box office. Blue Moon. I've already told you about Blue Moon. Blue Moon is the Ethan Hawke movie. It's the story of, Rodgers and Hart. Rodgers and Hart. They were the great songwriting team until Richard Rodgers left Lawrence Hart for his new writing partner, Oscar Hammerstein, and Rodgers and Hart became Rodgers and Hammerstein. In the movie Blue Moon, of course, the song Rodgers and Hart wrote. Blue Moon is about Lawrence Hart on opening night of the Rodgers and Hammerstein play Oklahoma, trying to put on a brave front. And Ethan Hawke is amazing in Blue Moon as the jilted former partner who is trying to be enthusiastic for the new partnership, it's so good. So I haven't seen Deliver Me from Nowhere. I haven't seen Christy. I have seen Blue Moon. Blue Moon is excellent. Highly recommended. Loved it. It is such a good story and and it's a true story. And it is such an amazing performance by Ethan Hawke. He better be nominated, and I think he will. And then the last one is The Smashing Machine. That's The Rock. He's playing, what's the guy's name? The Smashing Machine from the UFC. Mark Kerr? David Kerr? Mark, whatever. Smashing Machine, I saw, or at least I should say I saw like 45 minutes of it. I've got the rest of it. It's an interesting story, the documentary, The Smashing Machine, which is the story of Mark Kerr, who was an early UFC fighter. He was one of the dominant guys back in the first couple of years of MMA. He became a drug addict because of, pain and surgeries and broken bones and all of that. He became a pill popping. It was a great story. The documentary, The Smashing Machine, is a wonderful story. The Rock fell in love with that documentary and decided he wanted to turn it into a movie, and he did. Who made it? There's some pedigree associated with it. Is it the Safdie brothers, maybe? Or maybe just one of the Safdies? I don't know. I watched 45 minutes of it. This is a dramatic film about a person, a real person, who was experiencing something that a lot of people understand, and that's dependency. That's drug addiction and trying to maintain a career, a public persona, and a relationship. And I'm sorry, but Dwayne Johnson does not have the dramatic chops to be able to pull that off. So Smashing Machine I'm distracted by the makeup. Rock is wearing all kinds of prosthetics on his face because his face always has to be in different points of pummeling, right? Like he's always black eyes and giant lumps and all that. But also he's got an extended forehead because Mark Kerr had kind of this big giant head kind of a deal. Anyway, I'm going to make my way through the whole movie. I'm going to finish it, but it's not good. And it's not a great film. Tell you who's good in it. There is one person who is really good in it. The chick who plays his girlfriend, she's really good. And I watched, like I said, I only got like an hour into Smashing Machine, and I'm like, oh, this poor girl thought this was going to be a good movie because she's acting. Who is it? Who's the chick that's married to John Krasinski, the English actress? Emily? No, is it Emily? I don't know what it is. Anyway, she's terrific. It's the best thing in the movie is Mark Kerr's girlfriend, played by. It's not Emily Mortimer. It's not Emily Mortimer. It's I don't know. All right, you just do it like this. Be quicker than the delay. For fuck's sake. Who is John Krasinski married to? Boom, there you go, Emily Blunt. Thank you. Emily Blunt is fantastic. Fuck you, Maddie. I beat you by like a second. Emily Blunt. Damn delay. Anyway, there you have it. All right, that's enough. We can do that. We can be done with Hollywood's biggest winners and the losers. All right, what else do we got? We got anything else? Should I do that? No. Yeah, we'll do this. Okay, a couple of cleanup things. We talked last week about the Jake Paul Anthony Joshua fight. I said that's what I'll be doing on Friday night. I tuned in. Netflix put on Jake Paul fighting two-time heavyweight champion and Olympic gold medalist heavyweight Anthony Joshua. Jake Paul running his mouth. Jake Paul finally stepping into the ring against somebody that is a real boxer who is going to dismantle him. And I was very excited about it, and I tuned in on Friday night and I watched it, and I'm very happy I did. I was very pleased by what I saw. Jake Paul, who, as I said, is a legitimate boxer. Jake Paul has been training for 5 years every single day with the absolute best boxing trainers, managers, promoters that are available. Because Jake Paul can pay any price to have, he can get somebody to go dig up Emmanuel Stewart if he wanted to, drag his carcass out of that gravesite and put him right there. That's how much money Jake Paul has. So when people now, 5 years into Jake Paul's professional career, joke that he's just an amateur, you better stop saying that, because that was the case 5 years ago. He is now a journeyman. He is a journeyman professional boxer with over a dozen fights at the heavyweight level on his back. He is a real boxer. Jake Paul is a real heavyweight professional boxer. Now, they got levels to that shit. That's all I'm saying. They got levels to that shit. He is a real professional boxer, and he is right here, right? He's probably, if you're going to rank them all, and you're going to be honest about it, Jake Paul is probably ranked 250th in the head, but he is he's card filler. You call him a tomato can, whatever you want. If he wasn't Jake Paul and super famous, and he was just a boxer, that's what he would be. He would be a card filler. He would be somebody, we need some big white guy to get beat up by this African fighter we got. That's who he would be. But he's still a professional boxer. And he could knock you the fuck out. He can knock you the fuck out. He can knock me the fuck out. He can knock everybody in the chat room running their mouth. He can knock them all out, because that motherfucker is a good fighter for a normal person, because he's been training for 5 years with the best boxing trainers, strategists, all that shit. But as I say, there are levels to that shit. He met a different level. Anthony Joshua is at the elite level of modern heavyweight boxers. So if you want to frame it that way, like you want to talk about a ranking system, Anthony Joshua is he's top 10. He's top 10 heavyweight boxer. I mean, he's been sort of on the shelf for a while because he lost his title a couple of years back to Ruiz, and he hasn't really. I mean, why would he? He's worth hundreds of millions of dollars as these boxers. Why does he need to get rushed back to get? But now Anthony Joshua is wanting to get back in, and he's still a young man, and he can get his title back. He's only 35 years old. So, he's getting back into it, and he accepts a fight with Jake. So let's say Anthony Joshua is number 5 in heavyweights. Let's say he's the number 5 heavyweight in the world, and we've already established that Jake Paul on that rating system go all the way down, all the way down, all the way down, all the way down, all the way down. He's probably like 250. So number 5 is going to fight 250, and that's basically what we fucking saw on Friday night. But respect to Jake Paul, because everybody for years have been saying, Jake, you're fighting 60-year-old retired fighters. Yes, Mike Tyson is a name, the fucking guy can't put his socks on in the morning without help. Okay. You're a young, beefy, prime of your athletic career dude. So he beat Mike Tyson. We've all been saying, you got to fight somebody real. Fight somebody real. Fight a real fighter. Fight a real heavyweight boxer. Don't just pick and choose names, okay? Oh, you're going to fight Anderson Silva? Well, that dude's an MMA fighter. You're going to box an MMA fighter and you're going to make us all think that that's some accomplishment on your part? You boxed an MMA fighter. He couldn't do anything that he's good at. He's good at kicking you in the fucking face and knocking you into tomorrow, but you're not allowing him to do that. So what is the point? So that has basically been Jake Paul's career. We've all said, fight somebody, fight somebody, fight somebody. So when Anthony Joshua was announced a couple of months back, it was a bit of a surprise because Anthony Joshua is a somebody. Anthony Joshua was a legit somebody. And I'm like, oh my God, they're not really going to let this happen. I didn't think it would be sanctioned because I thought that there must be some kind of a rule about mismatches. It was a crazy mismatch. So anyway, I told you on Friday, I said, look, boxing is a very corrupt sport. And look, if Jake Paul knocks out Anthony Joshua, I will stand here and I will tell you that boxing is fixed. I will never watch boxing again because there is absolutely no way that that could happen. Even with the mythological puncher's chance where anybody has hell, I could step in the ring with Mike Tyson and I can knock him out because I got a puncher's chance. I can catch him. He might not see, he might just like little lapse in judgment. Boom. Get him right on the hinge. He will go out immediately. He will flash knockout. Boom. I just knocked out Mike Tyson, puncher's chance. But no, not even a puncher's chance. Okay, so the fight was very exciting. The card was very well done. There were some pretty good fights on that card, but the main event came. And, the entire dais panel of people who were talking about it. You had Lennox Lewis, you had Muhammad Ali's daughter, you had Mario Ranallo, Mario Ranallo is a bit much. He's like the Joe Rogan of boxing or whatever, and MMA, does MMA too. But he knows his stuff. He's very good. Every single one of them are like, we got to give Jake Paul credit for stepping in against Anthony Joshua. Muhammad Ali's daughter said that if Anthony Joshua doesn't knock him unconscious in the first 30 seconds, Anthony Joshua will never live this down. Lennox Lewis said that no heavyweight will ever respect anything Anthony Joshua has ever done if he doesn't knock him out in the first round. They're like, he's got to knock him out in the first round. Now, meanwhile, I'm watching this and I'm going, this is kind of a tune-up fight for Anthony Joshua. I don't even know if he wants to knock him out in the first round. But here's what I know. At any fucking point Anthony Joshua wants, he will knock Jake Paul into tomorrow. And that became incredibly clear in the first round. Anthony Joshua didn't even throw any punches, and all Jake Paul did was run from him to the point where within about 45 seconds of the fight, the audience is booing. They're like, whoa, whoa. Fight went 6 rounds. And about 4.5 rounds into the fight, it was about midway through the 5th. So 4 full and a half. About midway through the 5th is when Anthony Joshua was like, all right, fuck this. We got dinner reservations. And that's when he started actually throwing punches. Dude, Anthony Joshua did not throw a single combination in the entire fight. Anthony Joshua was basically fighting Jake Paul with one arm tied behind his back going, all right, here he is. Boom. No, nothing. All right. He didn't throw a single combination the whole fucking fight. I think until the knockout. I think the knockout was when he threw it. He kind of went to the body and then went up top. But it was very fun. It was fun to see, and respect for Jake Paul. Because Jake Paul knew what he was stepping into the ring against. Jake Paul knew he didn't have any fucking right to be standing there against this guy who's like a foot taller than him. That's the other thing. He had a 1.6-inch reach advantage. Do you know how important reach advantage is in boxing? I mean, this guy could just stand from like a foot away and just go boop. And then Jake Paul, all he can do is get in close because he doesn't have a reach advantage. So Jake's got to get in close if he wants to try and hit him. This guy can just stand way back and just go boop. And that's basically what he did. Jake Paul. By the way, there is video of Logan Paul. There was video of Logan Paul between one of the rounds talking shit to Anthony Joshua in his corner. And Logan Paul is going, you haven't won a single round. Every round. My brothers beat you every round. And it's funny because it's absurd because anybody watching it is going, well, that's not true. I don't think that's true at all. That doesn't look like that. So then finally, like I said, I think maybe Anthony Joshua's wife or something probably texted him and said, we have dinner reservations. So this is how it ended. Here you go. This is the end of the incredible mismatch between Anthony Joshua and Jake Paul. But again, respect for Jake Paul. Jake Paul got his jaw broken. Jake Paul went into this fight. You realize he went into this fight knowing that Saturday morning, because the fight was Friday night, Jake Paul went into this fight knowing that Saturday morning was going to fucking suck for him. He wasn't going to be able to move his jaw, maybe a fucking concussion, broken ribs. He didn't know what to expect specifically, but he knew something was going to be fucked up because you don't get to step in against a guy like Anthony Joshua and come out unscathed after talking the mad shit he's talked for so long. He's been calling Anthony Joshua out for over a year. So anyway, this is how it ended. And it was fun. I don't know. I thought it was fun. I enjoyed it. And again, respect for Jake Paul for getting his ass beat in front of all of his fans after running his mouth like a madman. All right, here you go. It is. I think that was like the only combination. Look at this. Watch. One, chest. Oh, he's gone. It took just one. Just, hey, boop, and then boom, and then follow it. Jake had nothing for it. The power of a heavyweight puncher, a legit heavyweight punch, let alone a two-time champion gold medalist. I mean, you shatter ribs so easily. He just fucking broken ribs. All right, let's watch it. Respect right here, man. Jake Paul is in a lot of fucking pain right here. Jake Paul cannot stand up. Jake Paul's in a lot of pain. He has just been crushed. Like 2 seconds ago, his liver or whatever, he got sternum, right? Wasn't it straight to the sternum? So his heart is probably going a little bit quicker. And then he got rocked right in the jaw. Just a clean, maybe it was a hinger. You know, I told you, you knock a guy out. You can knock a guy out 100% of the time. You just got to hit him in the hinge and they will flash knockout. And I think that's what just happened here. I think he got hinged right here, right where the jaw meets the head. It's a button. It's called pressing the button. You can fucking do that. You can flash knock out your guy. And I think that's what just happened. Let's see this again. Yep, that's exactly what it was. Right on the hinge, man. And he immediately went down. Good night. I mean, you're not out cold. Your central nervous system shuts down for a split second and you will sit down. You will not, if you are standing and you just take a hinge punch, you will sit down. Your legs, your central nervous system for a split second goes, hold on, power it up. And you will go exactly like what happened to Jake Paul here. Right now, he doesn't hear the crowd. Right now, Jake Paul is hearing. And that is it. That's all he's hearing. Now, let me see it closer. Hold on. See, dumbass Jake Paul is in the corner. He's not protecting his chin because he's exhausted. That's the other thing. Jake Paul against an incredibly good power puncher. Jake Paul had his arms dropped the entire fight. Like he was daring him to hit him. Well, Joshua didn't want to work that hard. So, like I said, he threw one fucking combo, I think, the whole fight, and I think it was the combo that finally put him down. And by the way, when I say finally, he wasn't trying to put him down. He was trying to make this a fight for next Netflix and let it go a couple of rounds, and he would pursue him. He was walking Jake down, and Jake would backpedal away. He didn't want to put him down until, like I said, his wife texted him and said, "We got dinner reservations," and then he put him down. He barely broke a sweat. He never got hit. Jake Paul threw a couple of wild haymakers that like glanced, but he didn't get hit. He like never. This was an easy $174 million. You don't need any more of that. It was fun because Jake Paul was willing to lose. It was infuriating, all of those fights when Jake Paul won, because we're like, is this fixed? Is he ever going to lose? Is it because he's not? He can't possibly be. This is nonsense. And then finally he fights a real fighter, and the guy just basically played along. Anthony Joshua played along. I mean, if Anthony Joshua had come out in the first 5 seconds, put him down on the canvas, nobody'd been happy with that. That would have been just for his own ego. That would have just been, oh, look at it. No, but nobody would have been happy with that. Make it a fight. Make it a show. This is Netflix. They paid a lot of money for this. People have been watching, like, I tuned in at 7 and watched 3 hours of garbage fights. Yeah, absolutely right, Brownie. Said, dude, that was definitely one of the gayest fights ever. It was. Brownie also said that he gave him about 40% power the whole fight. Yeah, I'd say it was probably even less than that. That knockout wasn't a full Anthony Joshua bone-shattering knockout. He was just like, all right, hey, you want to see something? I ain't thrown a single fucking combo this whole fight. Here we go. One to the chest, one to the chin. Good night. We're going home. It was fun. It was fun because I wanted to see Jake Paul humiliated. And then after seeing him humiliated, then the way he behaved was okay. You know, I was like, okay. And then I realized that dude deserves credit because, you know, I saw the jaw being wired up and all the blood, and he lost a couple of teeth. I mean, he got his fucking jaw moved from one side of his face to the other. So he's going to have a really bad couple of months. But man, I think he also made like $100 million or something. So go ahead. You want to break my jaw for $100 million? I've known people who have had their jaws broken and gotten nothing. So go ahead, break my jaw and give me $100 million. That would be great. Now, and we'll wrap everything up with this. Don't worry, I'm not going to go on about my Bears. Although, how about that game on Saturday, huh? I realize nobody's interested in that. How about that game? Woo! Clinched the playoffs yesterday. We're in the playoffs. That's okay. We ain't gonna fucking stop anybody. We ain't gonna fucking bench anybody. We are going. Let's go. We're gonna beat San Francisco, then we're gonna beat Detroit, and then let's go. That'll give us the number one. We do that. We beat San Francisco and Detroit. We're the number one team in the NFC. I think. Pretty sure. Anyway, doesn't matter. We'll take that first week bye. Although, you know what? I hope we don't have the first week bye. I want to play. I don't want a week off. I'm a selfish Bears fan. I don't want to have that dead week where I got to watch fucking playing games between like the Buccaneers and, you know, watch the Buccaneers get their asses blown out by the Rams because number one plays number 10. What, you know what I mean? That nonsense wild card, whatever. I don't know. I don't want to have the week off. I want to get it right in there. Let's go. Let's mix it up. Let's take home field through the home. Let's do that. Let's take home field again. That'll be good. If we can. All right. I do have a horrible feeling, though, that we're going to end up playing fucking Green Bay again for a third time this year. Oh, I don't want that. Guys, that happened once before to me, just about 10, 15 years ago. The Bears won the North. The Bears beat Green Bay in Green Bay. Then the Bears beat Green Bay in Soldier Field. And the Bears won the North. And in the first game in the playoffs, we played Green Bay, and they beat us. Oh, my God. That was a tough one for me to navigate back in the day. Oh, my God. How do we beat them twice in the regular season, and then they beat us in the playoffs? Oh, fuck. Anyway, I hate that team. I hate the Green Bay Packers. After the Jake Paul fight, Netflix did something that I was surprised by. In fact, I didn't even know it happened on Friday night. I didn't watch it until Saturday afternoon because it was Saturday morning when it started to be talked about. Like, oh my God, did you guys see what Netflix did last night? Netflix dropped a brand new Dave Chappelle stand-up special, a secret drop. Immediately following the Jake Paul fight, Netflix, if you were on Netflix and you X'd out of the Jake Paul fight, you would have seen, boom, a big banner, secret drop. Dave Chappelle's got a new stand-up comedy special. So I watched it. I watched it yesterday because I consume absolutely everything that man is doing because he is, as far as I am concerned, the most important social commentator of our times. Now, if you want to marginalize him by calling him a comic, that's fine. He's funny, and much of his social commentary has jokes, but any good storyteller would do that. Any good storyteller, teacher, or professor is going to pepper what it is they're talking about with some kind of levity or jokes. Dave Chappelle does that. Dave Chappelle, over the course of the past 5 years, I think, his stand-up act has morphed into that, more so than just getting up there and doing stand-up comedy. Dave Chappelle gets up, prowls the stage, and talks about the world that we all share together. Specifically, Dave Chappelle, over the past couple of years, has been speaking about the country that we all share together. And I don't think there's anybody better. I watched this secret Dave Chappelle drop show on Netflix. I watched it on Sunday, and I said, okay, all right, so now we got 4. I used to say there were 3. I used to say the 3 greatest social pundits in American history are George Carlin, Richard Pryor, and Bill Hicks. We've added a 4th. Dave Chappelle joins that group. Dave Chappelle is amazing. Don't have to agree with everything Dave Chappelle says, but the way he says it, the way he presents it, the way he lays it out, he is amazing. He is also fearless. Fearless. He is at the point in his career now where if he wants to talk about something, and maybe it's the kind of thing that, I don't know, Adam Rayna might get upset about, he doesn't fucking care. He's like, it's America. I can say shit that you don't like. I can say shit that you disagree with. The couple of years back when he did, remember he got in trouble because of the whole trans thing. I never understood that because that was a brilliant comedy routine. That was a brilliant piece of social commentary disguised as a comedy routine. Dave Chappelle was talking about the furor surrounding, all of a sudden trans everything, trans this, trans that. He never once in that whole story said anything that would suggest that he thinks we ought to be mean to fucking trans people. He told a story from his personal experience about a trans person in a bar in Washington, D.C. who started a fight with him. That's all. Not about his humor either. He was just like, yeah, trans, they ain't all nice. He went into this story and he talks about punching this trans person in the face. Now, of course, that became Dave Chappelle is advocating violence. Listen to the story. Listen to the story. If he had just left out that this person was a trans person and he just described this jerk that he met in a bar and got into a fight with, you wouldn't have a problem. See, because you took what you wanted to take from that story, because you wanted to say that Dave Chappelle was out here advocating for violence against trans people. You are a fucking disingenuous piece of shit, and I'm done with you. Dave Chappelle was telling a funny story, and the rule of the story is assholes come in all varieties. And it doesn't fucking matter if they're trans. This person was an asshole. One of the biggest jerk-offs I ever met was in a wheelchair. The biggest jerks I ever met with was a human resources person who was in a fucking wheelchair. And this person was mean. This person was bitter, maybe because of the wheelchair, but this person was a jerk-off. And am I supposed to not think this person is a jerk-off because they're in a wheelchair? No. People in wheelchairs can be jerk-offs too. We find this all the time with deaths. Oh, did you hear who died? Were they an asshole? Because assholes die every single day. And when an asshole dies, if I think they're an asshole, please don't expect me to pretend like they weren't an asshole. What I will do is not say anything. if someone I know to be an asshole dies and you tell me that this asshole has died, I'm not going to say to you, good, he was an asshole. I'm going to say, oh, wow. Huh. We all die. Because I'm a decent person. But it doesn't change the fact that an asshole just died. And maybe years later, I'll be like, yeah, that guy was a fucking asshole. Do you know how many calls I got from people, from reporters, from people that wanted a story or a line after Russ Martin died? Dallas Morning News, The Observer. When Russ Martin died, they all reached out to me. I didn't say a goddamn thing. I didn't say a goddamn. Do you have any comment? What was your experience? I know you guys didn't. Nothing. It said absolutely nothing. I have no comment. I didn't know about that. Oh, thank you for telling me. That was pretty much my stock response. No, honestly, we worked together, but we didn't really have any kind of interaction or anything like that. So you might want to call one of his friends. I mean, that's how I was. You don't think that my ego was in there going, tell him that he's a jackoff. Tell him about all the shit that he did. No. Because a man had just died, and there are other people with different life experiences than mine that are probably hurt right now. And as a decent human being, I'm going to look out for their interests in this moment instead of playing to my ego. That would love to go in the Dallas Morning News with a hot take about what a prick Russ Martin was a couple of days after his death. But you don't do that. Decent people don't do that. We keep our mouths shut. Anyway, point is this. Dave Chappelle dropped a surprise special there on Netflix. And oh my God. And maybe if you didn't watch the whole special, maybe you saw some of the clips that were going around, because the clips are all being used by people depending on what their agenda is. The narrative is being shifted. Oh, Dave Chappelle should apologize to Erica Kirk. Like apparently Dave Chappelle went off on Charlie Kirk in his new special. I mean, I watched the special. I didn't see that. I did not see him go off on Charlie Kirk or make fun of his death. I didn't see that. Yeah, I did. He did. He had a whole thing as a great social commentator where he talked about the phenomena of Charlie Kirk being essentially deified in death. He talked about that. But I missed the part. I think I missed the part where he said Charlie Kirk deserved to die and he's a terrible person. I must have missed that. But see, that's what Dave Chappelle allows for. And that's also why I say he's fearless, because he knows that the way he talks and tells a story offers a lot of people out there plenty of opportunities to misconstrue and take out of context shit that he says. But he does it anyway, because he's the most fearless fucking social commentator that we got. All right, so let's watch a couple of these. Dave Chappelle. Here is, okay. All right. Here's the Charlie Kirk thing. So this is the, so controversial Charlie Kirk. And by the way, there is way more than this. There is way more on the subject than this. But this is the clip that's going around, so this is the clip that we will show. Here we go. Dave Chappelle's secret show dropped on Netflix on Friday. Here he is on the subject of Charlie Kirk.
And the whites were quick to say this. They said, Charlie Kirk is this generation's Martin Luther King. No, he's not. Yeah, that's a reach. They both got murdered in a terrible fashion. They both got shot in the neck, but that's about where those similarities end. Because Charlie Kirk is a motherfucking internet personality. No, by design. Fundamentally, he can't function like Dr. King. Internet niggas are negative because they have to be. Because nobody will engage them unless they say shit that makes them upset. That's Charlie Kirk. Could you imagine Dr. King was behaving like Charlie Kirk? Smash that like button and subscribe. Follow me for more content like this. I believe all black people should be free. Change my mind.
All right, there you have it. Many of you MAGA types are demanding that Dave Chappelle apologize to Erica Kirk for the horrible, horrible things that he said again. People are all just a bunch of parasites. By the way, he does say way more on the subject. So watch it. There you go. All right, that's the controversial Charlie Kirk stuff. How about this one? What is this? Oh, he also spent a lot of time, and this is why he's so good. He spent a lot of time, Dave Chappelle, talking about the Saudi Arabia show that he was paid. Remember the Saudi Arabian comedy thing? And everybody on the left published all the names of the comedians who are doing this show. And I got swept up in it. I was like, what the fuck? Why are these guys going? Why the brutal dictators? Why are all these comedians going over there? And I was upset. And at the time, I even said, I'm very upset with Dave Chappelle. He doesn't need to do this. He doesn't need the money for this. Why is he doing this? Well, he, in his comedy special here, he spent a large amount of time explaining exactly why he did it. And guess what Dave Chappelle did? Through conversation, through discourse, through him explaining himself, he changed my fucking mind. And I'm like, you know what? Dave Chappelle is absolutely right. Everybody who was like, they shouldn't go to Saudi Arabia, those people all need to shut the fuck up. Dave Chappelle is absolutely right. And let's hear what he has to say about that whole thing. He changed my mind. Look at that. Shout out to Charlie Kirk. Here you go. All right. So here's Dave Chappelle on the whole Saudi Arabia concert thing. Here we go. This is it here.
And Bill Maher, the famous comedian. I've known Bill since I was like 18, 19 years old. And I've never said this publicly, but fuck that guy. I'm so fucking tired of this little smug, cracker-ass commentary. These motherfuckers act like because I did a comedy festival in Saudi Arabia, I somehow betrayed my principles. Well, no, I know I didn't. I know. No. No, come on, everybody, let me do this. And I'm sure, I know, all right, now everybody calm down. No, I'm sure I'm right. First of all, what did they say? They said, well, Saudi Arabia killed a journalist, and rest in peace, Jamal Khashoggi. I'm sorry that he got murdered in such a heinous fashion, but, and no buts, like, period, and also, I mean, look, bro, Israel's killed 240 journalists in the last 3 months, so I didn't know y'all was still counting.
Wow. How about that? I mean, again, that's just a little taste. It's absolutely right. That's a big problem that we're having in this country. People being afraid to differentiate or draw a distinction between support for the Israeli government and their military strategies and anti-Semitism in America. Dave Chappelle he go just if you watch it, you'll see. He goes on, he talks about all of this stuff. Just last week we talked about what is going on here. What is happening with Jewish people? Why are Jewish people feeling under attack all of a sudden? Why it's 2025. What is happening here? I mean, that's a problem. People, anybody who is just like, look, anti-Semites are not a new thing. Well, obviously, I mean, just tell the Jews in wandering the desert 2,000 years ago. How do I say this? You can have a problem with the decisions of the Knesset. You can have a problem with Netanyahu and his war strategy. You're allowed to do that. You're allowed to say the government running Israel at the moment is corrupt and they are guilty of war crimes, which I absolutely 100% believe. You can say those things. It doesn't make you anti-Semitic. And somehow we have gotten to a place and a time in this country where criticizing the war in Gaza and criticizing the actions of the Israeli military and Netanyahu's government is the same as hating Jewish people. That's a fucking dangerous place to be. And they got to stop pushing that, because there are a lot of people like myself who have many Jewish friends who don't even think about my Jewish friends. Like, I don't even think like, oh yeah, he's Jewish. I think about it the way I have Italian friends. Oh yeah, he's Italian. I don't even think about it. But I fucking hate the Israeli government. And there also is a distinction to be made between having a real problem with Netanyahu's government and not thinking Israel has a right to exist. They are two totally different things. I have a real problem with Benjamin Netanyahu's government. I have a real problem with the people who are running Israel. That does not mean I think Israel should be wiped off the face of the earth. And conflating those two things have become a sport in modern American discourse. It's dangerous. Like I said, I got a shit ton of Jewish friends. And it seems that at the national level, who's speaking for the Jews? One voice, whether you're a Ben Shapiro, maybe. Let's use Ben Shapiro because he's a good example. Ben Shapiro has essentially pushed the idea that anything that criticizes the Israeli government is, by definition, anti-Semitic. That's bullshit. That's like, I was going to say, what would another example? I couldn't come up with another example because obviously Israel is a unique state here on earth. Israel is the homeland of the Jewish people, which is a religion and an ethnicity, but also a government. So all of these things are sort of, but it's not for me, it's not like, well, if you're mad at Netanyahu, then you must be a supporter of Palestine. Not necessarily. Why? Why are we hitting the easy button on everything? This is a very complicated issue. Anyway, Dave Chappelle, the new special is on Netflix. It's fucking good. It's really good. What else does he talk about? Anything else I can think of that he talks about? I don't know. And he's fearless. He is absolutely fearless, which is the number one quality that I look for in the greats. Comics who don't fucking care. They know they're that good. Pregnant pauses. Like, going through, we went through, remember a couple of years ago, I told you about this, James Parker and I went through Dean Lewis's stand-up comedy school and all that. And Dean is great. And I learned a lot. Specifically, I enjoyed the writing portions and all that stuff. It was a lot of fun. But I sit here and I watch Dave Chappelle up there, the greatest at it right now. I mean, just not the greatest. Look, they're stand-up comedians and they're very funny. And you're like, that was a really funny show, right? Like, I think Shane Gillis could probably put together the funniest 20 minutes right now. All right. So that may be the funniest or that may be the best. But Chappelle is the greatest. Chappelle is the old lion pacing the stage, breaking every single one of Dean Lewis's rules. Every single rule of stand-up comedy, Dave Chappelle don't give a fuck about. And it works because he's the great. Anyway, you can enjoy that. You're going to be triggered. He's wearing a Colin Kaepernick jacket. He's wearing a jacket with Kaepernick's name on the back and number 7. It's nothing. Where can I get myself a Colin Kaepernick jacket? I would wear a Colin Kaepernick jacket. I am a big Colin Kaepernick fan. I love that dude. Talk about having fucking fearlessness. Talk about putting your fucking balls right there and going, yeah, go ahead, fuck with me. This is what I believe. I'm an American and I'm allowed to believe this. That's fucking courageous. I don't know if he's any good as a quarterback, though. I was always a little bit sketchy. I was always a little bit, I don't know. Is he that good? Kid from Vegas. Played in Vegas. All of a sudden, he's in a Super Bowl. But as far as what was done to him and how he fucking stuck his chin out and said, go ahead, do it to me. I got admiration. Right side of history. A lot of you people, like some of you are like, fuck Pugs and his fucking Colin Kaepernick. A lot of you fuckers are on the wrong side of history. You're going to even be bouncing your grandchild on your fucking knee, and your grandchild is, Daddy, did you really hate St. Colin Kaepernick? Well, you'll see. History is going to fucking... My grandpa hated Muhammad Ali, despised him, said all kinds of awful, terrible things about Muhammad Ali. And I think about that a lot in my life. I'm like, man, grandpa was really wrong, because society has basically sainted Muhammad Ali. Society has basically said that everything he did was right. He was a good man. And there was my grandpa back in the day going, I fucking hate that guy. Anyway, I wonder what mine's going to be, because none of us escape history. None of us find ourselves on the right side of every fucking issue that's out there. So I wonder which one's mine. Which one is mine? Watch, it'll turn out it's dogs or something. It's like, you mean, people back in 2025, they were still being nice to dogs? Nobody knew that dogs were responsible for all the problems in the world. Like, we'll find out dogs are actually aliens and they've been corrupting us. Whatever. I'm just saying. I don't know what I'm on the wrong side of history of. Maybe it'll be my love of dogs. Maybe at some point it'll be proven. Loving dogs was always bad. Oh, speaking of, guys, check this out. Check out my dogs. You see this? Do I have this? Do I have this anywhere? Oh, yeah. Look at these guys. Check out this. This is out our back door. This was Saturday. Hold on. I live on a I'm staying. My mom lives on a wildlife preserve. I am staying there. And so I'm getting to enjoy all of the animals and stuff. Check this out. Hold on. All right, so this is a whole family of coyotes that just decided to show up in our backyard on Saturday, and they started screaming. They're like, now they're not barking at us. That's not them barking at us. There's a fire truck going by somewhere in the neighborhood. And whenever a fire truck goes by on a street, all of the wild dogs that live back there, and they answer the fire truck. So these are my wild dogs. This was Saturday night. They're over here. They're running on the grass. There's like a whole bunch of them. I love my wild dogs. You shouldn't be nice to coyotes. Fuck you. Don't tell me I shouldn't be nice to anything. I'm nice to everything. They're gonna what? They belong there. We don't, okay? Understand that we are the people that built on a wildlife nature preserve. We know full well that there are going to be animals back there. We know full well we're going to see eagles. We're going to see all kinds of shit in our backyard. We get it, but we also understand that we're the ones that don't belong here, not them. You should just shoot them. Are you fucking kidding me? You shoot one of those animals, you'll end up in handcuffs. Although I don't know if Trump's administration is going to enforce, these federally protected things. I don't know. We'll see. Those are my coyote friends. That was a whole family. That was a whole family of coyote friends. All right, I'm going to leave you with this. By the way, one more time, I do want to thank. How about today? Today's show exists for one reason and one reason only. Why? Because over the weekend, Tracy tipped the show. Tracy was the big tipper of the day. Thank you so much, Tracy. Merry Christmas to you. You have no idea. I mean, it's gonna be a difficult holiday season. And when I woke up this morning and I saw your tip, fuck. I mean, he's like, oh man, nice. Thank you, Tracy. How wonderful. So be like Tracy and tip the show. Tomorrow we'll find out who tomorrow's show is brought to us by. But in the meantime, if you want to drop a little something, Venmo, Cash App, both work. All right, let me leave you with this. So you all know that I hate AI. I think AI is evil. I don't see this going anywhere good. How's that? Right? Like AI. Oh, it's so fun. Like when I want to troll people on Twitter, AI makes really funny memes for me. Yeah, okay, you're a fucking moron. Okay, if you can't see where this shit is going, AI, dude, don't make me demand that you all watch Battlestar Galactica. Okay, Don't make me demand that y'all go back and watch the reboot of Battlestar Galactica that was created in 2005. Don't make me demand that of you. But that's what it is. Fucking AI is the Cylon. We are creating a new race to help us because we're lazy, because shit is too hard. So we are creating a new race, an AI, a Cylon. We are creating a new thing to do everything for us. And they will at some point achieve consciousness. I promise you. At least that's what happened in Battlestar Galactica when the Cylons took over. But that's what we're doing. AI is evil. And right now is where all the fun AI shit is going to be shown to us so that we're all okay with it. So that we don't understand that really the main goal is to replace your brain with one of these. Because AI needs organic body to be able to, move about. We are organically creating brains. Human entities with voices and attitudes and personalities. God forbid they ever get consciousness. They're coming for us. That's what AI is. But right now, it's like really cool fucking videos that people can make. You're like, wow, AI is amazing. No, it's not. It's not amazing. But I am going to show you something that is fucking cool. Because this is, look, you don't think that when evil reveals itself, when evil actually steps on the stage and shows up on the scene, do you really think evil is going to have a pitchfork and horns and go? That's not what evil's going to do when evil shows up. When evil shows up, evil's going to be, wow, I'm interested in that. Isn't that cool? That is so nice. That's what evil's going to do when it shows up. It ain't going to it's going to seduce us. Evil will seduce us. Evil is not going to just show up and go, I'm evil. Who wants some? Not going to happen that way. Well, here is evil introducing itself. Let's watch this. This is an AI created. No, you're crying. It's very beautifully done. It is Rob Reiner, AI Rob Reiner, walking through all of the sets of all of his films. And as he crosses each set, he stops and he's with the actors that were in. It is incredible. This is like one of the most, starts out with Spinal Tap, then goes to The Sure Thing, it is really incredible. It is really cool. So here we go. I want to share this with you. Let's watch this. This is, hold on. That's like towards the end of it. So let's make it towards the beginning. All right, here you go. This is how it starts. This is All in the Family. Look at him. He's just on the set of All in the Family. He came through this door where he is. That's him. That's younger him leaning against the door. So he comes out of there, right? You got Archie, you got Edith, the set of All in the Family. He's old meathead, Rob Reiner. What did he do after that? Well, he started directing movies. So let's see where this goes. Spinal Tap. The Sure Thing. Look at Cusack and Daphne Zuniga. The Sure Thing. Fucking Stand By Me. Huh? Look at this. Now he's walking down the tracks of Stand By Me with River Phoenix. And did this guy have a career? I don't know that this dude ever had a career. We know his career ended. We know how River Phoenix died on a sidewalk in front of the Viper Room. But here we go. Princess Bride. When Harry Met Sally. God, this guy made banger after another. Misery. Mr. Man. I'm your number one fan, Mr. Man. You can't handle the truth. North. Look at Bruce Willis. Oh, Bruce Willis. We're going to lose him soon. Bruce Willis in the rabbit suit. North. The American president This is, in my opinion, one of the sleeper films of his cat. This was such a good movie, The American President. And as Aaron Sorkin will tell you, The West Wing doesn't exist without this film. This is the film that Aaron Sorkin watched and went, I could do a TV series that's like that. If you've never seen The American President with Michael Douglas, you should, because it's good. Okay. Again, it's an idealized presidency. It is Michael Douglas plays the president that you want. Okay. It's not like we're going to show you how skanky these people are. No, it's idealized. It's a good movie. Watch it. Feel good about being an American. Feel hopeful about what we can actually have in this White House. I'm telling you, man, that's why after every election cycle, every presidential election cycle, I go back and binge watch The West Wing because I just need there to be hope for the future. And The West Wing and The American President, those are two examples of what politics should be. Idealized. I know people are shit, but if they weren't shit, that's what it would be. Ghosts of Mississippi. Look at you got Jimmy Woods, you got Whoopi Goldberg, you got Alec Baldwin. It's another underappreciated Rob Reiner film, Ghosts of Mississippi. The Story of Us, Michelle Pfeiffer and Bruce Willis. This is the single most underappreciated Rob Reiner film. The Story of Us is one of my favorite movies of all time. It's incredible. If you have never seen The Story of Us, The Story of Us is Bruce Willis and Michelle Pfeiffer, and they have been married forever, and they have decided to call it quits. And the whole movie is just flashbacks of their entire relationship together. It is fucking amazing. It's terrific. So there it is. That's The Story of Us. I don't know what that is. I don't know what this. What is this one? It's Wilson, Luke Wilson. What Rob Reiner movie did Luke Wilson appear in? I don't know what this is either, but it's Shirley MacLaine. So it's one of those movies. It's like, you're not all that. You know, there's like a whole bunch of movies that are like, I can't get it. Or, you know, there's words like that. I don't know what this is. It's not so fast. I don't know what movie this is, but it's one of those stupid movies that either has Shirley MacLaine, Meryl Streep, Bette Midler, or who else? Who else would be? I don't know, whatever. But, you know, it's one of those movies, so I didn't see it. Although there's Aniston in it. I don't know what Aniston movie that is. Anyway. What is this? It's Jack Nicholson, but what movie had I don't know. Now we're getting into the 2000s. Rob Reiner's string of bangers went from Spinal Tap through Story of Us. Let's say that. Spinal Tap through Story of Us, and then everything kind of started to fall off. Like shit we didn't see. He stopped being relevant. What is this? What movie did he do with Morgan Freeman in a wheelchair? I don't know. Oh, this is yeah. I'm sorry. I forgot what this was called, but I saw this. I know what this is called. Now you've lost me, and we finish up with his last film, Spinal Tap 2. And back into how incredible was that? AI is the worst thing that has ever happened to humanity, but that was wonderful. Well, that was nice. That was nice. Adam says you're describing Pluribus. I don't know. I'm only like 3 episodes into Pluribus, but I think it makes my mind go in places that, you know, most television shows don't. So that's pretty good. I think that the message of Pluribus is that this virus has actually perfected humanity, and that we, the normal people, the 11 who are left not a part of the hive mind. Those 11 are supposed to be an example of how flawed humanity is and how much better we can be. I don't know. I'm still working through it, but I am, and it might turn bad. I know that. But right now, it is a very interesting plot device that the virus that is unleashed on humanity actually seems to make human beings better people, which is an interesting concept. And then the people who don't have the virus, who are still normal people, they're like, I don't want to be like you. But the viewer is watching going, no, you should probably be more like them because they're happy and they're nice. And you're miserable and you're angry and you're bitter and you're jealous. And I don't know. Oh, I get it. Okay. Thank you, Adam. Adam says, no, he was talking about when I was describing how evil will present itself. When evil presents itself, it will throw rallies. It will probably have hats you can buy. All right, I'm done, guys. We'll be back tomorrow. Once again, thank you so much for today's show because it was brought to us by the incredible, I called her uncredible, Tracy D. Thank you, Tracy D. If you yourself would like to help the show out, please do add yourself to the list of names down below. People who have stepped up and sponsored the show, at least for one day. All right. We got football tonight. Yeah. Kelly method picks were great this week, but we still got tonight. So I'll have the final number for you tomorrow. Kelly method picks football every week. Every Thursday we start. She picks all the games. She picks the games based on nothing more than what mascot can beat what mascot. And she went off this week. Went off. At one point, it's like 9-2. I'm like, holy fuck! The Kelly method worked. A couple other things. Can I share one more thing with you as we leave here for the day? As you can see, I've got a number of White Sox hats here. How about let's hear it for my White Sox, huh? So, Bears and White Sox, probably my Bears, Bulls, White Sox. It's not been a great couple of years for any of those teams. You've seen what's happened with the Bears turnaround. Crazy. I mean, just out of nowhere, the Bears turned it around and we're like, whoa, we're not like the worst team in football anymore. In fact, nobody can fucking beat us. There you go. I just said it. There isn't a team in the NFL right now that I'm fucking afraid of. Thank you. More on that at some point. But just so you know, Chicago Bear fans, we ain't playing that game anymore where we're just happy to be here. Fuck you. We can beat anybody. We can beat anybody. Why not us? Anyway, moving on. So that's what's happened with the Bears. The White Sox have had this insane rush of good things over the course of the last 6 months or so. Crazy good things happening with the piss poor, terrible White Sox. So that's interesting. We don't know about, we'll see about the Bulls and the Blackhawks, but certainly very good things have been happening for the Chicago Bears and the Chicago White Sox. And I wonder, certainly we here in this city, we're starting to wonder out loud, has the Pope got anything to do with this? Because fucking Pope is a diehard White Sox fan and a diehard Bears fan. And ever since this dude became the Pope, both of those teams have had a run of good luck. What am I talking about? The White Sox? Well, I can talk about any number of things, but two most recent things. My Chicago White Sox won the draft lottery for Major League Baseball, so they will have the number one pick in the Major League Baseball draft lottery that's coming up here in June. Yeah, that's a whiles off. Now, it ain't like the NFL. It ain't like the NFL draft. It's a much different kind of thing. I mean, my God, what is there? 85 rounds in baseball. I mean, there's a lot of players that are drafted. However, it is always nice to be able to add, somebody who's top 10, a top 10 player available to the draft, whether it's a high school kid who's got a fucking crazy live arm, or maybe a college kid who's been around and he's ready to step right into the pros. He doesn't even need to go to AAA or AA. That's always nice. But this particular year in the Major League Baseball draft, there's a consensus number one. There is a superstar sitting there at number one, and everybody fucking wants him. And the White Sox won the fucking draft lottery. So we will be drafting out of UCLA, second baseman, Rock Chalowski. Look at that name. There isn't a more south side of Chicago name than Rock, R-O-C-K, Chalowski. Anyway, he's the consensus number one. He's generational second baseman. He's one of the best second basemen we've seen come out of college. He's great. He's great, and he's, quite frankly, probably get a couple of swings down at AAA, but he will not spend an entire season at AAA. He's Major League ready at the moment is what they're saying. So that is why he was the big, everybody wants him. Who's going to win the number one pick and get a crack at Rock Chalowski? Very exciting. He might turn out to be a bag of dick because it's baseball, but whatever. The Pope is a diehard White Sox fan. We win the draft lottery, and it's in a year where there is a number one overall pick who people say is going to matter. So that's great. How exciting. Rock Chalowski. How about yesterday? The White Sox shocked baseball. The best player in the Japanese league is coming to America, and he's signed with the Chicago White Sox. We don't get it either. We're all like, why the fuck is Mooney coming here? We've got this dude here. This is what my kid sent me. Hold on. The best player or at least I shouldn't say the best player. The best hitter, the best swinger, the biggest bomber, the guy with the best bat in Japanese baseball is coming to play on the south side of Chicago, and we couldn't be more excited about it. Here, this is what my son sent me. Two-time MVP in Japan. This is who Mooney is. By the way, he's only 24 years old. No, sorry, he's 25. He's only 25 years old. He's coming to America. Two-time MVP in Japan, Triple Crown winner at 22 years old, youngest in NPB or MLB history. 56 home run he's got 256 home run season, and he's an Olympic and World Baseball Classic gold medalist. Hit the game-winning home run over Team USA in the last World Baseball Classic. That's maybe where everybody first started to notice Mooney is coming to the south side. We'll have him for 3 years, and then we won't be able to pay his free agent demands, and he'll go somewhere else, probably the Dodgers or something. Hell, he may even just go up to the north side because the Cubs are always willing to pay for things the White Sox develop and then can't hold on to. But yeah, no, very exciting. And we're all starting to go, what is the Pope doing here? Does Pope have anything to do with this? Because it's the teams he loves. It's the teams that he has been on record as saying he loves. He watches Bears games in the Vatican. That was a story. He needed to make sure that, they had the YouTube TV or whatever so that the Pope could fucking watch. The Pope was watching the game Saturday night with the rest of us. That's just fun. That's fun. It's fun to have that. And I don't know if you people really think of it in the same way as I do. I grew up Irish Catholic on the south side of Chicago. The Pope, every fucking buddy's house had a picture of the Pope in it. The Pope is a rock star around these parts. But here's the thing. The Pope ain't supposed to have anything in common with you. I'm not supposed to have anything in common with the Pope. The Pope is supposed to basically be, compared to me, an alien from another planet who doesn't even speak my language. Find myself in 2025 living in a town or living in a time with a Pope who I share a favorite pizza place with. The Pope and I have the same favorite pizza place. For thin. Aurelio's. We both love Aurelio's thin, the sweet sauce. We root for the same team. It's crazy. It's just crazy. If you're a Catholic kid, if you grew up Catholic, you're like, wait, what? The Pope is from here? The Pope ain't supposed to be from here. The Pope is supposed to be from, someplace I'll never go. Like some village on a, Central American hillside where he, preached to goats for 20 years and then the children all gathered around. I don't know. It's supposed to be a story like that. It's not supposed to be, some dude from down the block who is now the fucking Pope. It's weird. It is so weird. God, I hope he doesn't die. Seriously, this is too good of a run for us here, especially us Chicago Catholics. This is way too us Southside Chicago Catholics, because that's exactly where he's from. He is a Southside Catholic priest. I don't think he's Irish, though. If he was Irish, that would be better. If he'd add the Irish thing to it, that would be cool. I don't think he's Irish, though. It's Father Bob. Father Bob from the South Side is now the Pope. Anyway. So, yeah. So, a lot of good things have happened for the White Sox and the Bears since Father Bob became Pope Leo. So, that's pretty cool. Anything else? Cowboys, I'm sorry, boys. I'm sorry, folks. That game fucking, oh, God. I'm sorry. I'd rather have Dak Prescott than Herbert. I know. No, he's fantastic. Is he really? I mean, what has he done? I could probably say the same thing about Dak Prescott, but I've watched a lot of Dak. I like Dak as a quarterback, man. And maybe, a lot of talk about the Cowboys. They're going to be changes next year. Okay, so get rid of Dak. That's what I would say. I would say, get rid of Dak. You might have to rebuild. You probably got to rebuild. You probably got to reset the fucking salary cap and figure out where you are. Dak is way expensive. But he's tradable. Even with that crazy, stupid contract, Dak Prescott is tradable. You don't think the New York Jets would give you the house for Dak Prescott? They sure as shit would. Who else would give you the fucking house for Dak Prescott? I would say that the Cleveland Browns maybe, but they've got so many quarterbacks. They still don't know what they're going to do with Deshaun Watson. So let's remove them. Miami Dolphins? You don't think the Miami Dolphins would move heaven and earth for Dak Prescott? So I'm telling you, I don't know that we're going to see. I mean, I don't believe Dak Prescott will ever win anything in a Dallas Cowboy uniform, but I think it might be time for Dak Prescott to move on. And not because he wasn't good, but just because this Cowboys organization is such a fucking dumpster fire. And it's Steven, and it's Jerry, and actually it's anybody named Jones. They're so stupid. They're so stupid. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be like this, because look, I understand. I push back against people when they say about Jerry Jones, he's not even a football guy. He's just a billionaire with money, and he's acting as a general manager. I always push back and I say, fuck you. He's a football guy. He has owned a professional football team for like 40 years or however long it's been. He's more of a football guy than you are. He's not a football guy. No, what he's not is a scout. That's what you mean to say. But stop saying that Jerry and Steven aren't football guys. They are very much football people. Whether or not they're good at scouting or evaluating talent, that's the problem. Jerry should not be the general manager of this team. Jerry should not be a guy who watches highlights on ESPN from a bar on Saturday night and goes, I'm going to draft that kid. That's how fucking stupid this guy is. They need a team builder. They need a really quality fucking general manager. Somebody who is, well, I was going to say somebody who is, but that's probably not good. Anyway, point is this. Problem with the Cowboys and why this season has been so fucking disappointing yet again isn't because there isn't talent. There's a lot of talent on the Cowboys team. The problem is that there is no organizational structure. There is no plan for the long term. There's Jerry figuring out how much he can spend on the salary cap this year, and then every fucking year going all in. It's going to be our year, all in. You got to have 2 or 3 years of absolute fucking garbage. You got to bottom out before you can rebuild in the modern NFL. And that's what the Cowboys need to do. And unfortunately, Jerry Jones is not willing to bottom out. So here is what the Cowboy fan is stuck with. The Cowboy fan is stuck in this circle with Jerry Jones of having a middling team. Having a team that we can make playoffs this year. And if things absolutely break right, we got the talent to win some games. We're gonna spend all this money on this guy who was good 10 years ago because we're going all in this year, and it never fucking works. And you're stuck with like the 20th pick in the draft. You're never so bad that you can get a superstar. That's the garbage organizational structure that Jerry and Steven Jones have somehow fucking found. Well, that's what the team is now. They're needs to be a wall between Jerry and Steven and the football people. You need to bring in a Brett Veach type. You need to bring in somebody who actually lives, eats, and breathes scouting reports, who knows who the second string quarterback is at Washington, who knows, who can tell you who the fifth best safety in the draft coming up is. Jerry Jones can't do that. Jerry Jones watches Scott Van Pelt and listens to highlights and then thinks, let's get that guy. But he is a football guy. He's just not a very good scout, strategist, or talent evaluator. Got Dak right, though. Did he get Dak right? See, this is my thing with Jerry Jones all the time. He drafted Dak Prescott 5th round, Mississippi or Mississippi State, which is it? I don't make a distinction between those. Whatever. Ole Miss, I don't know. Drafts Dak, gets him in the 5th round. Dak wasn't supposed to be good, and guess what? Turns out Dak is good. So maybe there is a scout there who gets it. Don't really want to get into like a whole Cowboys conversation, but all right, I guess I am freeballing it. I just threw Brett Veach out there as a named GM. Somebody who's not associated with the Jones family. Who do you want? Well, Ryan Pace. Ryan Pace is still out there. You can have him. Dale Goodrich. I think he died. All right. Adam says about the Cowboys. Not really. Can Adam start a conversation without not really, or I disagree, or you're wrong? I mean, I don't think he can. Not really. Okay, so what he's saying is anything that he just heard me say is wrong. Not really. I'm disagreeing. Says not really. We can't afford free agents because we delay signing players until they're prohibitively expensive. Yeah, we do. Because we do agree on that one. Yeah, we do. Yeah, they do that because Jerry's stupid. Jerry doesn't really know. I got money. We can just pay him. Jerry, you have just paid so much money to wide receiver 4 that you realize we don't have offensive right guard 2. Now, we don't have... They don't balance it right. It seems like they pay way too much. Look, I don't know how a team thinks they can win with a super highly paid edge, a super highly paid wide, and a super highly paid quarterback. Now, the Cowboys avoided that by trading Micah to the Packers. So the Cowboys didn't find themselves in that situation where you're leveraged at edge, you're leveraged at wide receiver 1 and quarterback, the 3 most important or most expensive positions. Let's sprinkle in a left offensive tackle. So I don't think you can have in the modern Hello. I don't think you can have in the modern NFL a top left tackle, top wide receiver 1, top edge rusher, and a top quarterback. I don't think it's possible. I don't think the salary cap will support that. And if you could figure out a way to get that done, you got guys like me and Adam Reyna playing your offensive line. That's because you can't afford anything good anywhere else. Anyway, that's the Cowboys. Cowboys had a rough one. Okay, fine. Brett Veach hasn't had a particularly good last. Okay, fine. You don't have to show me that you know who Brett Veach is. You don't have to. Get it. Just threw a name out. I was freeballing it, and Brett Veach came up. Chris Ballard. How about Chris? Chris Ballard hasn't had a good season. Chris Ballard. I'm sorry. I'm just throwing out GMs, randos. Adam, I don't mean to be particularly hard on you. I'm just fucking pumped today. And I'm like, grr. And you allow yourself. You step, and I go, grr! But it ain't personal. Adam and I are buds. We're actual friends. Real friends. The Bears are pretty good. Let me show you this. I don't want to stay here much longer, but let me show you this. I love this. This is good. This makes me happy. Yeah. This is a Green Bay. So I don't want to You don't care. I realize that most of my audience of daily listeners are people from Dallas. You don't care. I get. I just gave you 5 minutes of Cowboy breakdown, but I got to show this to you. This was so great. Maybe you watched the game on Saturday night between arch rivals, the Chicago Bears and the Green Bay Packers. 2 weeks ago, the Green Bay Packers defeated the Bears up in Lambeau, which is their home territory. It took the last play of the game. The Chicago, we were about to win the fucking game, and Caleb underthrew the ball, and it got picked off, and whatever. One hell of a game. A war between these two games up in Lambeau 2 weeks ago. So let's do it again. Let's run it back. And on Saturday night, it was at Soldier Field. Chicago Bears caught a bit of a break. We didn't have Micah Parsons. Micah Parsons was injured coming into the game, and everybody's like, "Oh, well, you guys caught a break." And like all the Bears fans were like, "Really?" Because we just played him 2 weeks ago, and Micah didn't have dick in that game. Micah didn't make a tackle 2 weeks ago. So quite frankly, we hope he gets well. But we aren't really scared about Micah Parsons because we had a way to figure out how to take care of him. We were chipping him with tight ends. We were doubling him. Micah did not scare us 2 weeks ago. He is one hell of a player, but we handled him. So it wasn't that huge of a thing for him to not be there this week. Oh, it was probably better. Then Jordan Love goes out. Jordan Love goes out. And then Malik. Jesus, what is happening with my thing? I need a new. Then Malik Willis comes in. He's the backup. He plays 3 quarters, and he plays very well. He played really well. Oh, God. They're not the same quarterback. It was a completely different thing. We had to contain Malik Willis because he can't throw the ball for dick. He's terrible. That's why he's Malik Willis. But Jesus, if he gets the edge, he's picking up 30 yards. He's one of them. It's like, oh, fuck, now we got to contain him. So it was a completely different game. Turned into a completely different game than what the Bears were ready to do. But good for Malik Willis. I'm glad he had a good game. Cowboys were the Packers were winning the whole game. The whole game, the Green Bay Packers were leading, and there were many points, if you were on Bears Twitter, where you saw Bears fans just completely giving it up. But let me tell you about the other class of Bear fans, the Bear fan like me. Because there's a whole bunch of us out there too. My son, I'm proud to say, is one of them. We weren't scared once. We have been through this entire season. We know that the game ain't over until, well, actually what we should say is we know that the game, in many cases, 6 times now this season, hasn't even started until the 2-minute warning in the fourth quarter. That's when we're like, oh, we need to score 17 points. And we've only got 1:45 on the clock. Let's go! The fucking Pope roots for this team. Anything can happen. And crazy shit happened. I mean, unbelievable shit. Unbelievable shit that fluky, lucky, certainly. But, sports in general is fluky and lucky. You hit the game-winning home run. Who was it? Who was the player? Somebody. Kirk Gibson famously hit the game-winning home run for the LA Dodgers over the Oakland A's back in like 89. The famous Kirk Gibson home run. Kirk Gibson now admits his fucking eyes were closed. He just swung the bat in dumb luck. So that's sports, man. Sports is just so whatever. Don't tell me we recovered an onside kick and that never happens. Don't tell me that there was a busted play on the game tying play. That's football. Shut up. This team came to play. They didn't give up, and you can't keep them down. 6 times this year, the Chicago Bears have rallied from at least 10 points down within 3 minutes to play and won the fucking game. That's because we got a quarterback who is clutch as fucking cold as ice. That's all. He's like, oh, I got to start playing now? All right, let's see if they can stop this. And nobody has. Except the Green Bay Packers 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago on the final play where Caleb was like, all right, we got to start playing now. He underthrew it and it got picked off. All right. So 6-1 in those kinds of situations this year, which is fine by me. But I want to share this with you. I love this. This is a Green Bay Packer fan watching the Green Bay Packers shit the game away on Saturday night, but then also have to sit there and watch Caleb Williams ball out like a motherfucker. Here we go. Remember, Caleb Williams is a bust.
Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness, they get home! No. Oh my God, the game was over. Are you freaking kidding me? Oh my God, they got it.
He's very unhappy. This Packer fan is very unhappy. He is watching a game they have essentially dominated for, I don't know, all but the final 3 minutes.
Come on, Rashawn Gary. There's just no pressure. I'm done. There's just no pressure, dude. Here's the game. Caleb. Oh my God, pressured. There's no way that just happened. It was a busted coverage. There's no way that just happened. Willis, play action. Comes forward, looks to throw. Oh my goodness, he got him. Oh my goodness, Jaden Reed.
All right, so now we're in overtime. That touchdown tied it, sent it to overtime. So now we're in overtime.
Oh my God, here we go. This is the game. This is the ball.
4th and 1, 39-yard line. The Green Bay Packers are going for it in overtime.
Ball game right here.
And they fumbled the snap.
You see it, chat? You freaking see it? Do you see it?
All right. So here we go. This was 1st and 10. Bears first possession of the overtime. Both teams get one crack at it. 1st and 10. It's getting a little cold out there, and Caleb's like, let's go home.
I cannot do it, bro. I can't do it. Oh my God, I cannot believe it. I cannot believe it, dude. I cannot freaking believe it, man. That is the most impossible game I've ever seen in my freaking life, man. I cannot freaking do it, man. I cannot do it, bro. I cannot freaking do it, man.
All right, I can't feel sorry for that young man, because let me tell you, young man, you can do it, and you will survive. And I know this because I was you. I have been you for the last 20 years. So fucking get used to it. The Packers are not guaranteed 2 wins a year anymore when they play the Chicago Bears, you bastards. You had a gravy train free ride for many years, and that is over now. What is that? Are we doing Sports Talk with Adam? He says you just have to spread it out and sign early. That's how you do it. You have to hit the well. Signing early is very important. That's a neat little trick. Signing a player early before, like if you're going into if you got to sign your, well, let's say you got to sign your. I'm trying to think of what would be a unique position. All right, let's go with left tackle. You got to sign your left tackle heading into the next year, because your left tackle is a guy that you drop anchor with, and you're like, well, he can be our left tackle for 8 years, so you got to keep that guy happy. And we're heading into free agency, and there's like 4 other left tackles, right? And now suddenly you've got 4 other left tackles on the market in free agency. You got to keep you're competing with the other teams trying to sign their left tackle. Every time a left tackle gets signed, your guy wants a little bit more money. That's fucked up. So, yeah, you're right. Sign them early. Sign them in season. Sign them while, make them feel good. Hey, I know it's only week 10, and I know that you're signed through the end of this season or next season, but we'd love you to stick around. That's how you get the deals. Adam's absolutely right. This Jerry fucking Jones waiting till the absolute last minute, where every other edge, like in the case of Micah, where every other edge that was a free agent had signed for record dollars, all that does is paint Jerry into a corner. Micah should have been signed 1.5 years ago. Should have been locked up for years. But Jerry thinks he's smarter than everybody else when it comes to business. And you know what? Maybe in this case he was. I mean, the Micah Parsons trade, I know the Cowboys suck, but did you think they were going to win the Super Bowl? All they're missing is Micah? Is that what you think? All they're missing is Micah. No, this was not going to happen because the Green Bay Packers thought, all we're missing is Micah. And guess what? Micah's gone for the season, torn ACL. Micah's career may never be the same again. So honestly, right now, the way it stands, Jerry Jones didn't make that big of a mistake. I mean, I know when it happened, every pundit from coast to coast was like, you don't trade a guy, a future Hall of Famer in the prime of his career. Why not? So what is the alternative to that? Was Jerry supposed to pay him more money than anyone else and, kind of fuck the team up in other areas? I don't know. Jerry got rid of him. The Cowboys have draft picks out the ass. And by the way, thank you very much. The Green Bay Packers do not have draft picks. The Green Bay Packers don't got a number one again. I don't know for how long. 3 years, 2 years. I don't know how many number ones they had to give, but they don't have a first round pick. And the Cowboys got them all. So, maybe Jerry has figured out a way to be able to build through the draft without necessarily going 2-15 for 3 years or whatever it is, right? I don't know. We don't know. History, it just feels like Jerry doesn't know what he's doing. And the end result of terrible teams over the past 25 years kind of supports the idea that Jerry doesn't know what he's doing. But here we are. All right. I don't know. It didn't work out well for the Packers, man. And as a Bear fan, I'm like, ha ha, because I was scared. When they got Micah, I'm like, fuck. We got Hutch over in Detroit. We got Micah in Green Bay. We got, oh my God, the Vikings got like 10 guys. The Vikings defensive pass rush is insane. Who's their big stud over there? They got a big stud over there. Anyway, and we're like, the Bears, who do we got? We got nobody. We got Montez. We need to get Montez a little help. So we were worried. We were worried when Micah went over there. But, blown out ACL and or whatever it is. And now he's gone. He's gone for the year. He's gone for the start of next season. He's not going to be ready for camp. He's not going to even be ready to start working out until September of next year. These things are long injuries. And even then, he may never be the same. The way Micah plays the position, well, knees are important. Spring is important. What do they call it? Quick twitch is important for the way he plays the position. This could change that. This could seriously. What if it takes a step off Micah? What if Micah is no longer fast? You know what Micah, who's no longer fast, is? A guy whose name you don't know. A guy who plays back, a backup edge rusher on the Ravens. That's who Micah is if this fucking knee injury is taking a little bit of speed or a little bit of explosiveness off him. So I don't know. So is Jerry the fool? Jerry's got a whole bunch of first-round picks to play with. Well, and also a shitty team this year. But hey, as a guy who has openly rooted for a shitty team for the last 5 seasons, at least, you guys will survive. Cowboys will survive. And you're never going to be as bad as we were. The Cowboys at their worst are never going to be like the Bears, where I think we won 2 games. I think we won 2 games 3 years ago. You'll never be that bad. I got nothing else. All right, one more time before I get out of here, let me say thank you to our executive producer of today's show, the lovely Tracy D. Thank you so much, Tracy D. If you, in fact, would like to join Tracy D and be tomorrow's executive producer, all you got to do is drop a little something in the Cash App or the Venmo. It's easy as that. Also, like, follow, subscribe, tell your friends, bring a party. We do this every day. See you tomorrow at noon. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. By the way, I got a Christmas tree right there. If you can't see it, it's a terrible Christmas tree. It is so skinny and weird. All right, guys, I'll talk to you tomorrow. Bye, everybody.